episode Ayurveda Special.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode Ayurveda Special.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode Ayurveda Special.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode Ayurveda Special.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode Ayurveda Special.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode Ayurveda Special.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Ayurveda Special.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Ayurveda Special.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Ayurveda Special.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Ayurveda Special.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Ayurveda Special.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Ayurveda Special.
you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Ayurveda Special.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Ayurveda Special.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Ayurveda Special.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Ayurveda Special.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Ayurveda Special.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Ayurveda Special.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Be the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Ayurveda Special.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Be the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Ayurveda Special.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Be the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Ayurveda Special.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Be the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Ayurveda Special.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Be the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Namaste.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hi, global namaste to all. Rajiv ji, global namaste to you. Global Namaste, Shi. It's such a great occasion to see you, and you have arranged such a beautiful session for all of us. So I think it'll be fantastic, more practical today. So I think people will love and enjoy more. Back to you.
Yes, yes, and Mamta looks more prepared today. Yeah.
Great.
So, Dr. Rajiv Gupta ji, the flow we are, as we planned beforehand, we are keeping it like very basic, very simple. We do not have any agenda for the day. We do not have a topic. It will be like open-ended Q&A. So anyone would be asking anything, and anyone would be answering whatever one can. So
That is good because then we can address common problems in a common way, simple, non-technical way, and people can get a
yes,
lot
yes.
out of the more scaled down general version. So I think that'll be good.
Yeah, we have to have the language to be very generic, which should be like accessible to a layman, non-Ayurveda persons also. And the concepts explained should have to be like the simplest possible. So we will ensure that.
That's
So
fantastic.
because maybe we can
I think
request
if you feel
the
like I can start asking questions and then people can
yes, yes,
start
yes.
thinking and then it will start coming through. So one of the common
Yes,
thing people
I request you all to please keep typing your questions in the chat box, and the administrators would take them up time to time. So please keep asking questions and keep telling what you know. Let's join hands and share. One person might not know all, so we all would be adding our bit, and we try to complete the best possible response to every query. Yes, Dr. Rajiv ji, please.
I think question to you and Mantha and all everybody who is here. I mean, common things are common, and we have cough and cold all the time. It's irritating, difficult. So, what are the common thing home remedies which people have, like turmeric, ginger, etc.? How they can use and when they should use, how much quantity to use. So, I think that will be a good common starting question.
Great. Because common cold or a little compromised immunity is very common, as we see during the months of February, March, what we call hay fever, or like allergic rhinitis is very, very common. And a much bigger chunk than we can imagine is suffering from this common cold. And this flu, as of course you are the best like a person to like second me, this even can be life threatening. This is just not a common cold which came and went away. This rhinovirus, what causes common flu, can complicate if your immunity is already compromised. It can be for rare unfortunate patients, this can be fatal also. So we have to be very careful. We unfortunately we do not have very effective antiviral medicines, because the virus is already something between the living and the dead. So we cannot kill what is already dead. We can kill bacteria because they have got a complicated life process. We can hinder, we can interrupt that life process anywhere with macrolides or aminoglycosides, or there are some sulfonamides. We have got so many classes of antibiotics. But because virus is already dead, it outside the body it is a virion, it is red. Inside the body it is activated, called a virus. So my suggestion, before we come to the more known facts, so like you already answered the question, ginger and turmeric are the ultimate solutions for this. But Ayurveda says whenever we treat any patient, or when we are approaching someone for preventive medicine, we have to route through 4 protocols. A problem as small as a preventive approach, which is an elective one, or something the most complicated possible, maybe like cancers and whatnot. come what may, we have to take into consideration 4 components of treatment, and the most important, what we call the first and foremost, is diet. So I'll be like suggesting some dietary tips against common cold or allergic rhinitis. The dietary tips should be: first, not to overeat; second, not to use refrigerator. Even if you could be living in top tropical countries and there could be extreme summer, try not to use refrigerator. Number 2. Number 3, milk should not be taken. The animal milk is full of allergens, and if you are already sensitive, then surely milk is not for you. So in respiratory diseases, skin diseases, and allergies and autoimmunity, these are the 4 categories where we forbid the clients to take milk. One simplification is, the more stuffed your refrigerator is, the lesser healthier you are. So keep your fridge as empty as possible. Just have bare minimum essential commodities in the fridge. Do not stuff it to the fullest. Do not make the best use of it, because actually that is the worst use of it. It can better be used for storing some maybe clothings, as Mamta does sometimes. Huh? Okay. After diet, we come to lifestyle. The second component is lifestyle. And the lifestyle against common cold, I suggest, should be the best lifestyle should, I believe, you should be using mustard oil application in your nostrils, and also practicing Kapalbhati and pranayama very regularly. Kapalbhati will surely be boosting your immunity, your lung health. Any like lodged kind of entities would be dislodged, and your airways can be more clearer. Now the third component is the herbs. And herbs, as you rightly answered, Dr. Rajiv, haridra, that is curcuma or turmeric, tulsi, and ginger. These are the proven herbs, proven single herbs for your common cold, allergic rhinitis, or your lowered immunity. And the fourth will be panchkarma, which is not given to all. But if you're suffering from as small a problem as common cold, but it is like really bothering, and you are having it like every now and then, and this is bothering for you and you want to do something against it, then from panchkarma, doing some regular kunjal or some Vaman procedure, Vaman from panchkarma under guided supervision, because common cold is mainly a problem of tridosha, primarily kapha, and the area is kapha. The dosha imbalance is kapha predominantly, and the body site is kapha. So kapha plus kapha. Now this is where Vaman will suit the most. Rajiv ji.
Fantastic. Mamta ji, there is a question about, can Ayurveda help with headache and migraine pain? What would you say about it?
You can unmute, Mamta. Yes.
Yeah, of course. This I think Ayurveda is the one kind of a treatment which can definitely help instead of taking painkillers, headache and migraine. So the first thing is, normally we have to go to the root cause of the headache. You know, what is it, when does it start, how it happened, and also to find out. So it needs very detailed history. The patient really has to be very aware of it. He has to see the sign and symptoms, what's happening. And it can be like headache could be just because of some indigestion or vata in the system.
Mamta ji, can I bring the person directly so you can ask these questions?
Yes, sure. Yeah.
He lives in London. He used to live in Kenya. He never had these problems. And coming to London, which is a different climate, you start having problems.
Yeah.
So yeah, so I was wondering, like I have seen whenever it's a really bright summer day and it's very hot, it sort of triggers a migraine for me. If I
Yeah.
stay away from the bright sunlight and the extreme heat, then I'm fine and I don't get the headaches. So I was just wondering if there's anything in Ayurveda or some sort of a home remedy that I can have, which is better than taking some of these stored products for migraine.
So it's definitely when it's at the sun time, it's like migraine, it's rising with the sun as your sun is rising. So it's Prita dominating. So for a good long-term treatment, I think Dr. Ish can add about the Panchkarma, how we can treat it with the Panchkarma. But yes, for any cooling things, Pitta reducing things, and also having a kind of same like diet, improving, doing things in the diet. I would, what I have seen is like the charge. Charge is the most important thing which we can add to the, our diet and have that charge. And then just with all the spices adding to it, and roasted cumin seeds,
Cumin, yes.
black salt, all these things, which is like our daily dietary thing in Indian cooking. So that is the most, I think it's a very useful thing in for the headache and migraine, and also to keep it cool as much as possible. And once you know the pattern, and if you have the thing of, vomiting, nausea kind of feeling also, then the main like home remedies, I would suggest that you just use the cinnamon and keep in your mouth as soon as you feel it's going to happen, cinnamon. And also in the morning, if you start having a clove in the mouth, just when you get up in the mouth, you put one clove and leave it there, just for half an hour. After half an hour, you can just throw it away. And then during the day, when it comes to the noon time, your headache is increasing, keep cinnamon in your mouth. It really helps. And for the more herbal thing, I think Dr. Ish, you can add something more to it.
So actually, I've been doing the clove trick for the past I think about a month. I've been having a clove in the morning.
Did it help you?
Well, I'm not having any headaches at the moment.
Okay,
It's
good.
still early days. Summer hasn't struck yet.
Okay.
So if we start
Great.
asking lots of questions, you might have a headache. Ishji, just add anything else, particularly with your experience, like hay fever, then they didn't take into headache, and then
Yeah, hay fever was very interesting for me because coming from Africa, we never knew what is hay fever. We never experienced it. And even when I came to the UK, like I said, I lived here for about 10 years. I never had any issues with hay fever. Just in the past 3 years, I've been experiencing hay fever, and it is very, very discomforting and quite an issue to deal with, because I can't find always the best sort of treatment for it. So I've tried different things, but yeah, I'm looking to see if Ayurveda can help sort that out.
you have the Ayurveda
Perfect.
expert, Ishji, come here.
Yeah, maybe before I start, maybe I can officially welcome from Healing Our Earth. We have got Jacinta from Holland, Suraya, Dr. Mukesh Batra. Suraya, she is Mamta's neighbor. Then we have Dr. Rajan Patankar, our patron. He will be, I will be requesting him within, like after this introduction, to share some light regarding like headache management. Then we have Lynn J. Mistry. Neil will appear sometime, I believe. We have Dr. Keshav Raj, and we have Miss Devika. Can I request Dr. Rajan Patankar ji? Nitish has questioned about like the management of headaches, migraine or otherwise. Following your speech, we can bother Dr. Mukesh Batra, because headache is such a common problem. So something from homeopathy will surely be coming handy for all of us. Dr. Rajan ji.
Putting cow ghee in both the nostrils, minimum 5 to 6 drops at bedtime, and don't suck it. That will definitely help. And as said by Mamta ji, yes, clove, cardamom will definitely help. But in my opinion, having a coriander and jeera water, sip by sip, 2 to 3 glasses in a day, will also definitely help. And while going out in the sun, you must use a hat or cap. That will also definitely help. And administering pure ghee in your food, minimum 2 to 3 teaspoons, is also beneficial, because as said by Mamta ji, it is definitely by aggravating pitta. So these things you must take care of. And water intake, in my opinion, and I come across so many patients of migraine in India, water intake as per requirement of the body. Don't excess your water. So that will also definitely help. Thank you.
Okay, great. If we have Dr. Mukesh Batra available for some suggestions from homeopathy, sir, regarding common headache.
Thank you very much for this opportunity, and best wishes to everybody on Healing the Earth. Greetings from India. I have to rush out for another event, but thank you for the opportunity. Homeopathy is, holistic medicine, and it's very personalized. So it's difficult to actually talk about just one remedy for a particular problem like migraine. So, things like, for example, what causes a migraine. So if it comes from the sun or from going out to the heat, then you have medicines like belladonna and glonine, which are specific for that. Or you could have headaches, migraines with nausea and vomiting. Then you have other medicines like iris. So really depending on, whether the type of pain also, whether it's throbbing is belladonna, if it's pulsating and piercing, it's another remedy. So all that I want to say is that it's very holistic and it's very personalized. So it depends from patient to patient, but let me assure you that I've treated hundreds of patients of migraine very successfully, and homeopathy has great answers. Of course, lifestyle is very important. And let me just mention one more thing, that in my 50 years of practice, I've seen that lots of people who suffer from migraine are people who are also emotionally very, very, very finicky about every little thing. They are very, very fussy. They're very meticulous. And then that, being meticulous for everything actually then gives them the headache. It kind of triggers off, acts as a trigger. So homeopathy looks at that as well. And there are medicines like arsenic alb, which actually help in that. So I just thought I'll just give you a little, overview on how homeopathy treats. It's not my platform. I would like that the entire meeting should really be focused on Ayurveda. It's your day today. So please go ahead and enjoy it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mukesh, because one of my friends was is a homeopath who's now retired. He then gave me belladonna, and it did help, and I do use it.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Bye-bye. All the best.
Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, Mukesh. We'll catch up. So belladonna, the caution is not take too much. That's the just caution, but it does work. And this is interesting to see that we have got more holistic platforms. So it's not like one branch. The modern medicine help in some way, Ayurveda the other way, and homeopathy in some other way, but everything works. So that's really, really positive. I'm just thinking, is there anything else? Anybody else want to move? Otherwise, we can move to the next question about the dental health and prevention of cavities.
Well, I have one question.
Yes, please.
Ever since I was a young child, so I got eyeglasses at the age of 6. And then it progressively got worse over a period of time, to the point where my eyesight was like -7, I think. And that was a little bit, it disables you a little bit, because you can't do activities like play certain sports, you can't go swimming and things like that. And so when my son was born, I thought it would be nice to take him swimming, but I can't swim without my glasses. Eventually, I got laser surgery done, and that was very effective and a real life-changing thing. But it only lasts for about 10 years, and then again, you start getting your numbers again. But it really, really helped, and it sort of showed me that we take eyesight for granted. but it's a really important thing. How can Ayurveda help support healthy eyesight? And in today's world where we got desktops, mobile phones, laptops, how can it help prevent eye strain?
Okay. Maybe I can start off and later on requesting Dr. Rajan Patankar to add some value. Surely this excess of everything is bad. So we have to really introspect how much of screen time are we spending over the gadgets, mobile phone and laptops. So we have to really ration it. We cannot abuse any organ as we are doing our eyes, with the laptops and the mobile phones, etc. That is number one thing, because prevention is surely very, very important. We have to be careful with the judicious use. Now, when it comes to treatment, then Ayurveda believes that there are a few herbs which are very, very effective. But from the holistic viewpoint, like from a dietetic viewpoint, you have to have your tridosha balanced. That is, and the most of the diseases would be starting with a lowered metabolism where your Agni is weak, and what we see as maybe it would be initiating in maximum cases from indigestion, having bloating, gas, and when we are habituated to eating without being hungry, that is when we are inviting many, many diseases. So you have to keep your digestion perfect, you have to keep your metabolism perfect, your body weight should be normal, because body weight is a trigger to what not. We maybe diabetes or maybe hypertension, everything, heart diseases, they are coming off, cholesterol, everything is related to obesity in one way or the other. Now, sometimes there can be subclinical pictures. Someone could be overweight, but he clinically might not be having diabetes or blood pressure or high cholesterol or fatty liver, because the markers are not up to that level. So we could be like over complacent. Okay, no, I am healthy. All my parameters are normal, but that is a disaster in waiting. So body weight should always be kept normal for as a prevention against most diseases. 20 to 25 BMI is considered normal, but we should try that we should stay around a BMI of 21. We should not be happy at 24 and a half that, okay, I'm under 25, so I am well off, I am okay. So that is where overall management, because subclinical diabetes and subclinical blood pressure will bring retinopathy sooner or later, would lead to blindness. That is where having an all-round preventive approach will take care of everything, and eyes are no exception. Dr. Rajan, please, if you can add something. You are muted, sir.
Okay. Yeah. Very precisely said by Ishji that Agni, that is our digestive fire, is utmost important, because as in Ayurveda, we say the Brahmanda, that is earth, is our digestive fire. If we repair it, then everything is repaired of its own. But as said by Ishji, very rightly, using of laptop or screen should be rationed. In my practice, when so many young students, school-going students, they came to me with a big glasses, and their mother or their father used to ask, how can we prevent it? So first of all, in my opinion, nowadays the students only play on laptop or on mobile. The grounds are empty. So they should be sent on the grounds for some place which he likes it. Second thing, how to ration it. As per the requirement, parents should be watching our students or our child, how much time is spending on watching TV or mobile or laptop. That should be rationed by parents only, not by us. And then one more thing, by applying castor oil on the eyelids at bedtime will definitely help, because I treated so many patients with the fatigue eye or watering of the eye or redness of the eye only by applying castor oil on the eyelids at bedtime. One drop on each eyelid. That also definitely helps. Then another thing, as previously your question was about migraine. Nasya. Nasya will also help a lot because Nasya, that is administering oil or pure ghee in the nostrils, will definitely help in all the diseases above our shoulder. That is Urdhva Jaturgata. We call it as an Ayurveda. That will definitely help a lot. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Can I ask a question? Because the other thing was about the gut microbiota. I'm a gastroenterologist, so gastroenterology nutrition is kind of my super specialty. In one way, we have gone all the way around circle from natural foods where it was there, like curd, yogurt, everything. Now we have got Yakult, Denim, Actimal, all these as artificial ingredients providing the same healthy bacteria. What's your view about it? And do we need to go that way? Which one is better? Natural versus artificial? The advantage is artificial. We know the exact concentration, how much we are giving. It's concentrated versus natural, particularly for diarrhea or indigestion. It's very, very common. I commonly get asked this question, so I might take opportunity to get your point of view from Ayurveda point of view.
Yes, buttermilk.
Dr. Patankar and Danish.
Oh, yes. Sorry to interrupt you. Buttermilk, as it prepared in our olden styles, will definitely help against all these new things, artificial things. And buttermilk with little bit of coriander or jeera will definitely help a lot to increase our gut microbiomes and our digestive fire also. So instead of taking 1 teaspoon of curd, if we take 1 liter of buttermilk, that will definitely help a lot. EG will add something to it.
Okay, sir. I believe natural is better. So because the artificial or the commercial, better we don't call it artificial, we call it commercial, because commercial products have got a supply chain. They are produced on day one, then they're into supply chain. Those products are traveling for months in cold chain, and eventually they reach us. Ayurveda believes if you keep anything in a refrigerator or chilled, every hour it is gathering some vata, because cold is a very important property of vata. So even if you keep an apple in refrigerator for 12 hours and you take it out, you heat it or you bring it to room temperature and consume it, then technically, objectively, we could say there is no difference. The apple is at room temperature and then I am consuming it. But because the apple has been in the refrigerator for 12 hours, there is for sure some vata accumulation, which is submicroscopic, which is paramicroscopic, which cannot be substantiated. It cannot be shown like in vitro. You cannot show it in a test tube. So we should believe that we should go for as natural and as fresh food as possible. What is practically impossible, we have to that is like an essential evil. We have to buy that, we have to accept it. But as much as possible, we should do that. Maybe, can I welcome Neil Kumar for a comment, please?
So, Professor Ish Sharma, Dr. Rajiv Gupta, and our technical director, Nishit, hello. I've got a question here from 2 people asking same question. Harman Singh from Bristol and Sujata from Birmingham. They are both from UK, United Kingdom. Rajiv, maybe you might be able to answer this better, and then Ish and Vaidya Ratan ji will be, Rajan ji will be able to guide us better. Hay fever will soon be coming to UK because every summer when the pollen count starts, people suffer with hay fever. So can we have step-by-step guide how we can either prevent or cure or get relief from hay fever?
So yeah, I'm happy to take that question, and I get asked this question all the time. In fact, I face it. Working in the hospital, there's flood of patients who have hay fever, particularly those who are already under my care and they are already allergic. So hay fever is an exaggerated response of body to any allergen. And during the hay season, hay is typically in UK like small bits of the harvest. Now it can be associated with pollens, which are the top bits, but all they are good at some point in time, but at other point in time, when bodies start reacting to it, they are not good. So in simple terms, if you have army of people, a few people to guard your house is good, but you have 10,000 people around your house, obviously it can cause more stress on your body or your house. So it is an autoimmune condition. In order to prevent it, try and avoid going to anything near where the forest or grass or pollens are. So that's first part. Second, one good thing we have learned from COVID is use of masks, because mask will reduce the number of the pollens that is exposed directly into your nose and into the respiratory tree. So that's a good second prevention. And third is that it does cause activation of body immune mechanisms. So if we continue to do a lot of Anulom Vilom and Bhastrika, they are two different type of pranayams. They are very good in clearing the respiratory system of anything that is extraneous or environmental to deposit. So in simple way, these are non-medical simple ways to prevent it. Probably let Ishi add anything to it, and then I'll probably talk on the second part.
Okay, very, very helpful, Dr. Rajiv ji. And because we started the topic with hay fever, and I will reiterate that as per Ayurveda, I would be suggesting that animal milk should be reduced. You should not be drinking animal milk if you are suffering from hay fever or you're at high risk. Every year, like March, April, you are going to have it or your family has it. Then you should reduce the consumption of animal milk. Number one thing. The second, we were discussing about refrigerator. The more chilled items you take, mechanically, all your blood your blood vasculature would go into contraction in your nasal area, your throat area, because cold would be contracting, would be narrowing the blood vessels, which would be responsible to reduce the white blood cell supply to your nose and throat area. If lesser blood is coming, less WBC are coming, then bacteria, virus can catch, or your allergic response can be heightened. So avoiding chilled food, drinking hot soups and hot drinks is helpful. Then zero animal milk is my strong suggestion if you are allergic or if you are at a high risk to hay fever. Rajan ji can surely add something to it.
Thank you. Because this is I treated one patient in the fall season, his whole family, and the person's wife was doctor in USA, in Pennsylvania. So she was suffering from all these problems for last so many years, and his child or herself or his all the family have to hospitalize at least for a week. So I suggested, as suggested by Ishji or Rajiv ji, yes, definitely help a mask. Take a mask while you go out of the house. Definitely helps. And by putting, as I am emphasizing on the nasya, that is putting ghee in nostrils with some medications, but only as per the body constitution of the patient. should be advised by Ayurveda. And yes, in Ayurveda, there is a one very classical word, that is ajanma satmya. What we are taking from the childhood should be taking or not taking as per the climatic conditions of that country. Definitely, that also should be considered while treating with hay fever or with this fall season fevers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rajan. And because this is an interactive session, I would be requesting all. We have Dr. Amrita Sharma, we have Dr. Pradeep Kumar, we have Dr. Neha Sharma. Anyone who wishes to add some value to a particular question, because we are a small group, we are here to create questions and find answers.
Roshali, do you want to say something? You can unmute. Can I ask meanwhile?
Namaste.
Namaste.
Hi, Roshali.
Yeah, hi. I'm not able to see you for some reason.
We are all invisible ghosts. Don't worry.
Okay. Okay, fine. That's
We'll
nice.
appear in your home.
Yeah. So I think I missed first half an hour. I just joined 5 minutes back and I heard the discussion about milk. Am I right?
Yeah, the topic was about hay fever, what we can do, how we can help. And obviously the things we talked, avoiding exposure to hay and pollen, using mask, avoiding any fridge, avoiding milk or milk product, and using nasya.
Correct. So nasya is something I would definitely endorse, because in my clinical practice, even during Corona time or for most of the allergies, I do recommend nasya at least for 7 days. Of course, it depends upon patient's prakriti and vikruti, which oil should be used. Second thing, what I understand, hay fever is most of the time it's kind of an allergy. Now we have to understand how Ayurveda understands allergy. So Ayurveda understands allergy as a kind of indigestion, where the body is not able to digest the attack or the bacteria or any organism that is getting attacked to the system, because anything that gets into the system through nose or mouth has to be digested by the system. So when the body is not able to digest, it gives allergy. So the whole focus must come on igniting Agni, improving the digestion. And of course, we have to also consider this element called Ojas, because Ojas is very closely connected with immunity. So be it hay fever or be it any allergy or be sensitivity, some patients are of course lactose intolerance. So I always tell them there is nothing wrong in milk. There is wrong in your system, where your system is intolerant to the milk. Or even these days, this whey allergy, wheat allergy, gluten allergies are also very, very rampant. So if we focus on Agni, if we focus on digestion, and if we give them strict diet and lifestyle based on their prakriti and vikruti, I think we can definitely manage and even treat that.
In addition to what the doctor said, I would like to miss in I am in USA. So I have seen during these seasonal changes. So I have treated patients with as you said, the Agni thing. So toning up the liver. So
yes.
I'm using here Live 52.
Yes.
2 tablets 3 times a day.
Mm-hmm.
And also in addition to that, Giloy.
Mm-hmm.
That again 2 tablets 3 times a day, and also the Nasir. So we do here, it means I don't do very serious panchkarma, but just the simple techniques to tell the patient, to teach how they can do it, maybe just once or twice that I do it. And also putting the sesame oil on the navel.
Mm-hmm.
So that really helps my clients here. And sometimes I also ask them to put a little mustard oil on the feet, mainly the big toe. So these, and of course the diet, thing, basically to make the immune system stronger in whatever way you can, whatever diet available in particular kind of climatic situation. And so here I'm using these three things and getting good results.
So,
That's
Mamta, just
nice.
to clarify, just one thing. So you mentioned about Live 52 food tablet 3 times a day and sesame oil on navel and oil on feet. There was one more thing you mentioned. What other tablet was it? I think it wasn't clear.
So nasse, that's a very mild nasse which patient can do at home. Like just put some moisten your nostrils with the mustard oil or sesame oil. So I like mustard oil. I think Dr. Ish also mentioned mustard oil as well, right, for the nausea. So that is what I do. And other thing, the other tablet I said, like Giloy.
Yes.
How much would you say?
So Giloy would
For
be
this
again, it like depending upon the age and everything. The normally it's like the standard is like 2 tablets 3 times a day, or sometimes it's very old or younger, then 2 tablets 2 times a day. That we manage according to the.
I think
Great.
general is that looks good.
Yeah.
Okay, can Dr. Amrita, would you like to add some value? Dr. Amrita Sharma,
Yes, sir.
followed by Dr. Pradeep Kumar. Yes, please.
Yes, I agree with this, that all the allergies are due to the immunity compromised and the Agni playing up the role basically. And one thing that I like to add when we are talking about the milk and the concept of milk, what people understand there is, so if we are talking about an animal milk which is debarred, that doesn't mean a plant-based milk can be taken cold. So cold items as such, because people mostly think that anything white like rice milk is a milk, but actually it's not a milk. It's not having a lactose molecule in it, actually. Coconut milk is not a milk, though it's white in color, and an almond milk is not a milk, though it has a nutrient value which is different. So that doesn't have a lactose or glucose molecule, and botanically it's very molecularly different compared to that of the animal-based milk. Therefore, a substitution of the milk, if it has to be done, should be with care, and most of the time these things should be avoided in a sense that chilled, hot, cold foods definitely reduces your Agni and make you more prone to those immunoglobulin reactions, which doesn't trigger in normal situations. So even if you are in stress, or you catch up with somebody who, or with the climate change, or you catch up with somebody who is having some infection earlier, you don't know, and your immunity got compromised at any level due to any reason, then also these kind of infections you can be prone to. And therefore it is ideally important to consider all the immunity supplements in relation to your diet, as well as the herbs that should be taken on the basis of the guidance that is through a practitioner or through an expert who can guide you well on that. And based on that, lukewarm water, as well as a general consideration of what climate suits you, which place suits you, which homes are the best for you, because every home doesn't suit you well. And people might
They're all
have
coming
allergy.
to India, warm weather from India.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
can use it.
So all homes don't suit up well, and what are the allergic reactions that are being triggering source of an individual should be taken care into consideration.
Very well put, Dr. Amrita. And Dr. Pradeep Kumar, if you are around still, maybe can you unmute and add your thoughts?
Yeah, global namaste to all. Thanks a lot, Dr. Ish. If we are talking about hay fever, and in my clinical practices, what we do according to mostly immunocompromised patients who have very low immunity, and there are some Agni disturbances. And we start off with some small panchkarma, maybe that may be Nitya Vrichna, or a big panchkarma as a whole. We can start off with the Vamana, according to if we are talking in March, April, and then Vrichna and Vasti. Mostly we start off with the Karam Vasti 30-day protocol according to the constitution of the patient, maybe Vata Pitta Kapha. We can choose the herbs, as everybody are well known here, and we can choose the herbs accordingly. And Nasya is of course of very good use. along with Sharobhyanga and a strong Svedana. Along with that, if today's scenario, all the people are having lesson time period, then we can start up some Kunjal Kirya as a part of Nitya Vamna and some small purgation as a part of the Nitya Vrichna at bedtime. And of course, from starting the Panchkarma part, all the times the golden rule for we people is that Langan, Deepan Pachan and Dosha session. And again, it is the talk for the Agni, as Langna will also balance the Agni, which is diminished already. And along with the Deepana Pachana treatment, that may be some kitchen herbs, that may be some other spices, or that may be some small herbs which can increase the Deepana Pachana procedure, and which will be, of course, very helpful for hay fever. And the patients mostly who are immunocompromised, and as all the people are talking here about the immunomodulators, which is the GLOE plays the very important role in that. And along with the Viruddha Ahara, unwholesome diet, if we are talking about the milk, if we are talking about the some special etiological factor, or somebody is allergic to the particular subjects, like somebody is allergic to the eggs, or somebody is allergic to the cheese, or somebody is allergic to the gluten, or the other thing. So the stanza of Ayurveda, that's Sanchepta Kriya Yogo Nidan Parvarjanam. With the prohibition, or with the, if we provide, if we prevent the use of the etiological factors, that may be ahar or vihar, then it will be very helpful for the hay fever. Thanks a lot.
There is a question, should we move? A question
Yes, sir.
Diabetes and Curoline.
Dr. Rajiv, just before you move, in a conclusion, because people are enjoying, since hay fever is a very big cause, particularly here in UK, I want to ask the panel here before we move on to next question. And skincare, please don't forget, because the change of weather is also a requirement, and we got several skincare experts here. From the Ayurveda point of view for hay fever, normally in this country, the doctors go for antihistamine. What is an antihistamine equivalent in Ayurveda products?
Okay. Before Dr. Rajan Patankar takes the stage, maybe I can set the foundation and he can top it up. See, we cannot exactly like correlate like this particular like paracetamol is equal to ashwagandha, or antihistamines like are equal to haridra. We cannot actually oversimplify in that manner. But as rightly put by all the panelists, we are, because our body is not able to process some allergens, and that is how we land into hypersensitivity, as put very lucidly by Dr. Rajiv Gupta. And then we are short with histamines in our blood, and that is where we require the Western antihistamines. Ayurveda believes, if at the tissue level, what we call Dhatu Agni, if we promote Agni, and interestingly, the Agni promotion can only come through Jathar Agni. So we have to take care of Jathar Agni, which supplies all the other 12 Agnis. If a Dhatu Agni is taken well care of, and there are herbs which are more specific to each Dhatu Agni also, or we go to that level where we are dealing in Dhatu specific Agni, then surely those all procedures, precautions, Panchkarma, herbs can be equivalent to antihistamines. Neil.
Thank you. Let's go to the next section. Rajiv, you had planned, and then don't
before we
forget
go to the
skincare.
next, before we go to the next question, I can add maybe. Yeah. Okay. Amrita put a very interesting like concept. Every white liquid is called milk, but every white liquid is not animal milk. And that is where over my practice in last 20-30 years, I could prioritize some plant-based milks, and I have ranked them as per my experience. And those are, I believe, the best plant-based milk is oat milk, followed by rice milk, then coconut milk, and then we have almond milk at number 4. And the worst or still available is soya milk. So because the almond and soya are very rich in protein, they are likely to be the most reactive. That is where oat, rice and coconut are safer white liquids, what we can call like milk, plant-based milk. Yes, Rajiv ji, please.
So I would like to add something as well.
Please do,
Yes,
Amrita,
yes.
go ahead.
Yeah. Second thing, what Mr. Neil was talking about, that antihistamines, what can it be correlated with the Ayurveda? So as answered by sir, there's no direct correlation, but the thing is that it is proved that a lot of Deepan Pachan herbs can work to reduce that histamine reactions in the body. And therefore, most of the drugs that have been mentioned in Ayurveda are mostly Deepan Pachan. Deepan means to increase the Agni, and Pachan means those that are helpful for digestion, as well as Vishghan Aushadhi. Vishghan Aushadhi would be the ones that are not producing toxins in your body. So basically, in that, I would like to add, eat light diet, detoxification at that time would be helpful. Intermittent fasting would also be very helpful, because these are the home things that you can easily do to.
Yeah, there seems to be some network problem with Amrita. Meanwhile, can we take up a question from or a suggestion from Dr. Neha Sharma?
You are on mute, Neha. We can't hear you, Neha.
Please unmute, because he's still mute.
Neha, can you unmute? Sometimes create problem.
Okay, we move to the next question till we have Neha with us.
Only want to add one thing, as suggested by all the panelists. Deepan Pachan, dry ginger powder with half teaspoon and half teaspoon of ghee will definitely help in Deepan Pachan with mild laxative. Yes, definitely. Thank you.
Are you able to speak, Neha?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes. I think it was this setting that I can't unmute myself. Sorry about that. I actually I'm just curious, and it's a fascinating discussion always to join Ayurveda panelists and esteemed speakers. The one thing in the research, in spite of such clinical practices, I only could found just one clinical trial that is also with the two of the things. So is there any review articles, just like Ayush before in the COVID-19 did publish the whole protocol for the care? So in the hay fever also, is there anything which is available for just understanding? Because again, not everybody has the access of this wonderful platform. And the second question, which is again, just for my understanding, is there any drug interaction known by any of these herbs which is used with the common steroids, again, given for these chronic allergic rhinitis to asthma, which again comorbidly go. Steroids are prescribed to the patients to over. Yes, please.
Why don't you go, Ishi, first, and then we'll catch up again. I'll probably mention later.
Right. Okay, Dr. Neha, there are multiple articles available. If you just Google like Ayurveda against hay fever, you would be finding many PubMed articles, many scholarly articles which are mentioning like dietary corrections, many herbs, then Panchkarma detox, preventive lifestyle, what seasons are worse for it and what are proven to be like preventive, protective against it. So there are articles, and I can help you with that. I can send some articles to you. There is no proven or up to the best of my knowledge, Ayurveda herbs when taken as a whole, not as extracts, are not known to react with any steroid or antibiotic or painkiller or whatsoever. When you take, will you believe 90% of the allopathic medicines are coming from phytochemicals, because they require leads. Where will a lead come from? So they work so hard upon plants, and then they can derive one medicine or the other. May it be like methotrexate, or it could be chloroquine or digoxin or vincristine. You know, the list is endless. The list is endless. So the difference between when 90% of the Western medicines are coming from phytochemicals, and why don't we call them as like herbal medicines? Because those are very specific, very intelligently and very meticulously planned, extracted phytochemicals where the protection cover is gone. We very wisely, out of 1 kilogram, we shortlist 1 gram, you know, and rest 9,999 grams are discarded because we take 1 gram extract from 1 kilogram. Now that 999 grams was the protective cover, which did not lead to reactions. That is, I believe, is the difference between extracts and whole medicine. So the answer to your question is, Ayurveda herbs, when taken as a whole, will not be interacting with most of the chemical medicines. Secondly, herbs have got very strong poisons as well. As you very well know, that maybe ricin from castor is the strongest poisonous substance in the world. Ricin, only next to botulin. So we have to be careful. There are so many poisonous plants, and we can be reactive to some nice plant as well. So if you are particularly personally reactive to some particular herb or whatever, that is another story. Normally there will not be any drug interaction. Rajanji can surely correct me.
Should we hear from right? Please.
Yes, 100% true. There is no drug interaction, because nowadays patient definitely ask, when we are taking any modern medicine or allopathic medicine, can we take your medicine along with that? Yes, definitely, no problem. But keep a distance or difference of at least 15 to 20 minutes. And I advise them, while taking both the drugs, first preference should be given to Ayurvedic drugs, and then you switch over to or you take or administer your allopathic drug. Because the Agni, as said by every panelist, is utmost important to digest the medicines first. So that's why, first of all, take those Ayurvedic medicines and then allopathic medicines. In my opinion, Pradeep Kumarji will add more things in that.
Okay. I think, oh yeah, please. Go ahead. You unmute yourself.
There seems to be some network issue with Pradeep, perhaps.
Yeah. Should we move to the next question?
Pradeep, you want to add something?
I think Mohit was saying that there is something available about the interaction of various Ayurvedic
yes, Mohit, if you can unmute.
Drugs.
Yes, hi everyone. Namaste to all. Namaste, Dr. Pradeep ji. Namaste, Dr. Aish. So I want to tell that there is so much information of drug interaction by Gun Veere Vipak in API volume 1, volume 2. There are 16 volume of APIs in which you can find the interaction of every single drug of Ayurvedic medicine, of Ayurvedic drugs. Let me give you an example of Giloy. There is an interaction with cellular regeneration and interaction with other allopathic medicines too. So you can find, I will share the link of API volume 1, volume 2, volume 3. It can be marked as there's a markation on every Ayurvedic medicine of extract form, extract volume 1, extract volume 2, extract part 3. Because see, let me give you an example of ashwagandha. Ashwagandha is a plant form, is a small plant form. So it divided into 3-4 types: the root, the leaves, the root, the stem root. So every part of the ashwagandha have a different extract volume. So that extract volume have the interaction part or have the pharmaceutical parts you can find in API. That is Ayurvedic Pharmaceutical Index, followed by Visajya Ratnavali. Thank you.
Yeah, so that is why we do not believe much in extracts. whole herbs are the safest. Extracts are as good as Western medicines.
Western medicine is true.
Okay, maybe Dr. Rushali perhaps wants to add something.
Yeah, hello everyone again. I think what we are really missing here, the biggest discussion is herbo-mineral combinations, which can be reactive if not used properly. So I would suggest we have to create more awareness, because I have seen in my clinical practice, doctors are giving herbo-mineral combinations, for very, very long time. They go on prescribing medicine for 3-4 months, and that can have reaction in number of ways. So I would like to, bring these discussions about herbo-mineral combination, which can be reactive if given after 40 days. So whenever we are prescribing herbo-mineral combination, it has to be monitored properly by the doctor. And, after every 10 days or 15 days, we have to send questionnaires whether they are reactive or whether they are causing any reaction, especially if we are giving it along with allopathy medicines. That's what I would like to give an input.
Great.
Thank you.
I think it's fantastic.
Yeah.
Should we move to the next thing, which is again quite commonly asked, and it's a controversial thing about cancer. Can Ayurvedic medicines prevent cancer? So probably.
Sir, I would like to add something on that.
Okay, go ahead, Amrita.
Yeah, 2 points. As Dr. Rushali said, that herbo-mineral combinations should be monitored very well. In fact, I would suggest all the herbal combinations which people are taking must be monitored. As you see in COVID time, or people are blandly just taking herbs just like that because they think everything is safe. I would say not even water is safe. So taking excess of water, you can die drinking of water as well. So excess of everything is bad, and people think if I'm taking guloi every day, there should be ashwagandha, there should be guloi. If I'm having almonds, there should be a lot of almonds. If I'm drinking water, it should be a lot of water. So in that consideration, limitation and guidance of what is the parameter of what is safe for me and what is required as per my personal requirement is very important, because my individual requirement may be very different from the other person. So it is not that 2 glasses of milk everybody is having, or 2 cups of giloi everybody is having, so I should also have, or karkuma lattes everybody is having, I should also have. So in that consideration, the reaction what a person may have in consideration of every diet, as well as the herbal source or mineral source, may be very varied, and it may change from person to person as well. And secondly, I would like to answer the question about the cancer. What was the question, Dr. Rajiv?
So cancer is a disease which frightens everyone, and there is no proper cure. Cancer again is of different type. So looking at, I'm looking from my medical point of view first, that if it's a cancer which is a part of the liver, or it's an intestine cancer, you can chop it off, it's gone. If it's a lung cancer, it's highly vascular and it's spread into body very quickly and people die. So I'm just thinking, is for these rapidly spreading cancers, is there any cure in Ayurvedic field? Because the whole idea is we plug the two together and find some harmony so that you can help. So just wanted to start with that. It's a common question people ask about the value or help which can be given from any branch, Ayurveda, homeopathy, or whichever. So I think it'll be a good point to bring it now into action.
True. Can I start?
Yes, please.
Dr. Rajiv, or maybe Amrita wanted to put something regarding cancer. Then after Amrita, then we maybe have Mohit, and then I come in. Yes, Amrita, please. You can unmute.
Okay. Muting. Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
So this is my personal experience. My mother is a stage 3 rectal cancer survivor. She had adenocarcinoma. and she had stage 3 carcinoma with many lymph nodes involved into it. And I was at a verge to think of what many people talk to me about. Should I cure it with Ayurveda? Should I go for radiotherapy, chemotherapy? Should I get the surgery done or not? And what is my experience in life is that Ayurveda definitely helped. I had been putting her up with a lot of immunomodulators since then till now. It's been 4 years, touch wood. And Ayurveda as such acts on many bases because it is helping her to help up with the platelet count. It's helping her with the blood levels. It's helping her with immunity. It is helping her with antioxidants. And these combinations can be kept in combination with the mainstream treatment. What people think is, I'll just have that and I'll stop the radiotherapy, I'll stop the chemotherapy. When I had been going for chemos of my mom, I had seen a lot of people, they are not managing up with that lifestyle basis, which is required for the people to balance, because it's very hard for everybody to digest the chemo. It's too tough. Mostly people die taking chemos. Mostly people die taking radiotherapies because it's one of the most dangerous things that are happening to the body, and it's devastating the body virtually. And if people have a right knowledge of what should be done, how my lifestyle and diet should be managed, I think a lot of lives can be saved after that as well. And the main requirement of many type of cancers are there are different types of cancer. Which part cancer you're having, which stage of cancer you're having makes a big difference in the whole line of treatment actually. And sometimes some cancers are very mild, they are benign, they are not growing that much. So in that case, your lifestyle changes, antioxidant, your prevention from the main cause of cancer may help you. Yoga, meditation, holistic living, sattvic life may help you very well. But in case if surgeries are required in stage 3, stage 4 cancers or stage 2 cancers, or there are certain cancers at some places where without surgery you cannot live, then in that case surgery must be taken up after the consideration of chemoradiotherapy. But Ayurveda, Ayurvedic herbs, lifestyle can boost up, I would say 90% of the level for sustenance and prolongevity of life if you adapt to the Ayurvedic ways of living by Agni Deepana or Pachana or immunity boosters or antioxidant, and the mental well-being will also come in that way. That is what I had to say. Thank you.
Fantastic. Do you want to go, Ish, and then we'll get Mohit and Rajanji?
Okay. Cancer surely is a very a frightening term, and prevention can of course be better than cure when it comes to cancer. And something very scientifically proven is, if we take care of Agni, if we go for intermittent fasting very regularly, then we can activate autophagy, and autophagy would be activating a very particular gene. It is called BECN1 gene, BECN1. Now, all the soft tissue cancers, most of the soft tissue cancer patients, when their genome profiling is done, then BECN1 gene is missing or is inactive. So this link is a very strong cancer suppressing gene, BECN1, and which we can simply trigger, we can simply activate with intermittent fasting. So we should not be waiting to be reactive. Okay, we will take care when we have the cancer, and that day we will think of it. We all should believe that we all, no exception, could any day in our lives, could be startled one bad day. Oh, now you have the cancer. So today is the time to begin, where intermittent fasting, eating lesser than you desire, eating to survive, as Ayurveda says, yogi eats once a day, bhogi or a worldly person like me would be eating twice a day, and rogi would be eating thrice a day. So the lesser you eat, the more activation you ensure with the BECN1 gene, which is a very wonderful cancer suppressing gene. Yes, maybe Mohit and then Dr. Rajan Patankar, sir.
I think that was a fantastic thing. I just want to reiterate so everybody remembers. So if
Yes.
you said a fantastic thing, yogi eats once a day, bhogi eats twice a day, and rogi eats 3 times a day. Amazing, amazing, and intermittent
Sir,
fasting and a scientific basis
more
tracking
more
genes.
are dying of overeating than from starvation. We all are dying of overeating.
Yeah, I mean the interesting thing, which is again bring my nutritional expertise here, is that we used to do a lot of hard work. People
Yes.
were working outside. People like farmers used to work in farm. Even normal people were going walking, running, doing all the activities. Now everybody has got car going from everywhere. We are sitting in front of computer, major part of that. So that all activity is gone. So the amount of calories that we needed at that time is already over. It's already overeating the same amount.
Indeed. Yeah.
So I think it's great now to reduce that, to bring to our lifestyle, which is needing much less calories. So Rajanji, back to you, and then I think we'll have Mohit and Pradeepji.
Yes, as very well said by all the stalwarts. Lifestyle modification, yes, is the most important factor to avoid any kind of diseases. There are nowadays, India might be on the top of the cancer diseases. So how we can prevent it? Yes, definitely by lifestyle modification. And one thing I want to add, there are some centers, not some, but one center in our Maharashtra at Wagholi, where an integrated approach towards the cancer is going on for last 25 years. And they are having more than 50,000 record cases of preventing cancer cells by their metastasis, but by integrative approach. Definitely, when there is a need of chemotherapy or radiation, yes, they do there. But along with that, some Ayurvedic medications, as per the body constitution, are also advised there. And there are more than 50,000 cases, as I told you. I will send the details on our Healing Our Earth about that.
Fantastic. It will be good to see, because that's what we are aiming for, integrated approach, because everybody feel my science is best, Ayurveda is best, modern medicine is bad, or modern medicine is good, Ayurveda is bad, or vice versa. That's not the way to treat it. We respect each other, bring it together, as you are saying. It will be brilliant, so that whatever work we work together and really help the patient, who is our primary aim. So that's brilliant. It's fantastic. Anything else want to say, Rajanji? Otherwise, then we can go
Maybe
back
No,
Mohit
thank you,
to
thank you. Because
Mohit.
Mohit and
lifestyle
Pradeep.
modification, as suggested by EG also, that is definitely helpful. Yes, Pradeep.
Well
Yes,
said by
Pradeep.
Dr. Rajanji and Dr. Ishji. As we are talking about the particular disease, cancer, these days it is just like hotbreads or whatever we can say. Again, the things are coming to the basic principles of Ayurveda, lifestyle modifications. If while we are talking about the same, like that can be the very, very small things which we can contribute for the treatment part, or that may be not curative only, that can be the preventive part, as there can be the Dinacharya, Ratri Charya, or Ritu Charya, or you can say the varied constitutions of the physical constitution of the body, along with the mental constitution of the body, what type of the sattvic, rajasic, or tamasic behavior can be there, or how the modification can be done. You can see small herbs like I have seen under the practice of Dr. Ish only, we start with the Trikatu or Panchkol only. And it is only the 3 or 5 herbs are giving very good results, along with the warm water and along with some, you can say, intermittent fasting is having very good results on this. And along with the, we are not talking about the symptomatic practice, but if we see the symptoms which can be related with your different tissue systems, like different dhatus, that can be Ras, Rakta, Mas, Veda, Asti, Majja, or Shukra. Accordingly, we can use the herbs. Accordingly, we can use the dietetic regimens, or we can change the behavioral activities and routine life, that can be the vihara. Again, we have to talk about the Dinacharya, Ratricharya, Ritucharya, Langan, Deepan Pachan, or whatever we can say the Panchkarma. That can be the Aushad part, which can be the Shaman or Shodhan. Thanks a lot.
Wonderful.
Wonderful.
Yes, Mohit, you want to add something?
Yes, yeah. I think Dr. Ish and Dr. Pradeep ji and Dr. Rajan ji said so well. But what my thinking is, we have to notice these 3 points mainly: the awareness, full body checkup, and intervention with chemotherapy. Very, very important to understand that how we can tell the people, the 2 million population, 3 million population of US, of India, of any state of country. We have to tell them, okay, when you have to go for full body checkup. The concept of dhatu, as Dr. Pradeep ji said, that the concept of dhatu and the concept of herb for using dhatu is very important. As Charaka and Acharya Shushruta told, that there are so many diseases who are asadhya, who are krich sadhya, who are very competent to treat, who are unable to treat. So we can intervene with chemotherapy. In chemotherapy intervention, OGs decreases, immunity decreases, dhatu decreases. We can easily evaluate through the Ayurvedic herbs, through the Ayurvedic medicine, to increase the OJA, to increase the immunity level during the conventional any chemotherapeutic surgeries or any chemotherapeutic intervention. So 3 points mainly I want to share, or you can share furtherly, that awareness, full body checkup, and intervention with chemotherapy with Ayurveda. So this is my view on cancer.
Amrita, I want to say something, otherwise back to Ishji. There is another important question I wanted to ask, and that is about lowering blood pressure. It's a very, very, very common condition, and in typical allopathic thing, there are antihypertensive medications which are given along with your lifestyle changes to deal with it and reduce the salt intake, relax, reduce stress. But I think that's one aspect. This is one part of the package, and I wanted to know about the package from the Ayurveda point of view and how we can put the two together to increase the effectivity and reduce the need for drugs. Do you want to say anything else before that, Amrita?
Yes, sir. I would like to say that whatever Dr. Mohit also added, the idea is that for the cancer stuff, that OJ has to be increased because
I think we lost the signal. You want to start with the hypertension, SG?
Yes, sir. We can start with hypertension, and then we have got the diabetes question pending. We take that up after hypertension.
Correct.
Okay. So in practice, what I noticed was hypertension, surely the psychological aspect is very, very strong. If you are more relaxed, you are more laid back, you are like a type B personality, or what we call kapha personality in Ayurveda, then surely when you are not very ambitious, you are not very like a target chasing, you are not stressed, then it has got a direct bearing on your blood pressure, or rather whatnot, everything. That is where we have to revisit a very simplistic term. What is the commonest trigger for stress and anxiety? The simplest answer is unrealistic expectations. When your expectations are unrealistic from your family, friends, relationships, or finance, or whatever, then it leads to stress. When you believe that your bank balance is not as per your expectations, there are a few missing zeros, it should be having 5 more. Unfortunately, it doesn't have. That is where we have to restructure, we have to re-strategize, we have to reprioritize, and we have to significantly reduce those unrealistic expectations. And believe me, sir, I have practiced it. If we keep banging, if we keep telling persons, like if we keep repeating these things, then many people do not listen in first go. but eventually sooner or later they come to our terms and they do start believing. Maybe some hear, some listen to it maybe 6 months later. You speak out today and they will listen to it 6 months later. They process it later. Everyone has got one's own pace. So unrealistic expectations. And the second, then I will be concluding, because we have got, everyone has got a say or two upon this. Decreasing the intra-abdominal pressure is very, very important, because major blood vessels are passing through the abdominal cavity. And when you have got the build-up, because you have got extra fat, you have got fatty liver, you have got flatulence, there are so many kinds of like F, what we call, like when you have got anything leading to a rise in intra-abdominal pressure will lead to hypertension. And that is where Nitya Virechan, as figured out by Dr. Pradeep Kumar in the beginning, Nitya Virechan is my regular practice against hypertension. And because the pills will not be taken for a day or two, the patient is your customer for life. He has to pay you an EMI to the pharmaceutical companies. He has to take the medicine every day. So I keep telling the patients to be realistic with expectations, to lose body weight, and to have Nitya Virechan, that is no buildup of constipation or flatulence, which could trigger an increased intra-abdominal pressure. Then we have got Rajanji, Pradeep, Amrita, Mohit, everyone can please contribute.
You want to come in first, Rajanji? Yeah.
You can start, no problem.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. As Dr. Ish, actually, Dr. Ish, he possesses my feeling of heart that I am talking about Virechana. So, as in my OPD, I already try to see the BP patient and hypertensive patient so well, because I think as WHO grade telling us that the grade of systolic and diastolic pressure is 140/80. So I think that is due to Anitya Ahar Vihar. Lifestyle modification is very important. But yes, the Virechana, the use of Virechana is very important, as Acharya Charaka told, that the properties of the Virechan, or the properties of herbs used in Virechan first goes inside the heart. That is very important. That goes into the dhamani, and that decreases and that balances the cardiac output. So whenever patient came to me, or I usually see that patient came to me, and he or she always symptomize, or we see the symptom exertion on सीढ़ियाँ चढ़ते हैं तो सांस फूलता है. Patient try to say that when we stairs up, we loss in breathing, or exertion during dyspnea, we can call it dyspnea. So from there, hypertension, first grade hypertension starts. And the main important part is the Nitya Ahar Vihar and Anitya Ahar Vihar, very important. So I think lifestyle modification, Virechana, that Dr. Ish beautifully told, that the Nitya Virechana with the Shmulkavat, Arantel and Tiltel can, I think, treat the hypertensive patient fully. So this is my view on hypertension.
Thank you, Mohit.
Yeah.
In case of the hypertension, if we are talking about the Raktagata Vat, or increase in the BP or blood pressure, what we can say, I will take my own example of recent month or recent days. I was in Australia, as everybody know here, that I even got the very high blood pressure, that the both sides of the systolic and diastolic. I worked on myself, which can be very practical approach. And I started taking care of my Dinacharya, Ratricharya, especially with the diet and lifestyle. Very small steps I've taken there, and brisk walking for 45 minutes, taking some green tea, taking empty stomach garlic with vinegar, and skipping off all the fats from my food, and especially milk products, all the dairy products. Instead of only buttermilk, I increased buttermilk from 2 to 3 liters daily, making from the curd only adding 6 times of water, and only that coriander and some cumin. That helped me a lot, and skipping, just eating less than the actual what hunger was. I specially reduced 10 kg of my weight in only and only 45 days while coming back to India, because I was having a lot of stress. I lost my mother last month only. So all the things happened, and there was also some medical examination for myself for my PR to Australia. Luckily, I got that with the blessings of all, and especially Dr. Ish. It was the very practical part of talking about the hypertension, that lifestyle, stress level, dietetic regimens, behavioral activities, again, the same basic principles of Ayurveda or leading the life. As we all say that Ayurveda is not a treatment part, this is not a science, this is an art of lifestyle. So I will conclude here that hypertension can be controlled even without medicines. Thank you.
That's fantastic, extremely useful points. And more importantly, your personal example. If we all can use that example, it is going to be amazing. So fantastic. Brisk walk, keeping fat, replacing the milk with buttermilk 2 to 3 liters a day. And that is amazing. Simple changes, effective result, 10 kilogram body weight. Super. So let's hear from Amrita, and then we come to the diabetes question. Back to start from Ishji, and then we will go round.
Yes,
Okay.
thank you. I hope the internet connection stays stable. I don't know what is the problem today, but one thing that I've experienced with hypertension patients is that because there is not very strong symptom as such, so people don't take it seriously. So they take the medicine when they feel like, oh, I was just having a headache, so I took the blood pressure medicine and now I'm fine, so I've stopped the medicine. You are not aware how much a medicine's role is in at what level it is working for you. And secondly, sodium balance is very important. I'd like to add up some words that Ish sir said, that Nitya Virechana definitely is very important, but you really need to think about how much fluid has been intaken and how much fluid is out. And sodium, there can be hyponatremia as well, which can be very dangerous. And you can have a hypovolumic conditions as well. So that should always be taken under the expert guidance based upon the Prakriti and individual Ayurvedic expert. We all guide you all that what particular variation is good for you and what kind of variations for what timing and how many days you have to take as per the conditions of blood pressure. Secondly, as Dr. Mohit mentioned, most of the time when we go to the doctor, even if we are at the borderline, we are tagged with, oh, you have a blood pressure, now you have to be on a pill every year and every life the whole time. So we don't think about it, and that gives a stigma on my mind that yes, I have a blood pressure, now I don't have to do take salt, I don't have to do this. And people just cut out salt extremely on one side, which again is really very dangerous. So taking up a balance, and if you are at a borderline of blood pressure and you may make a balance of using herbs as well as lifestyle modification, as all the experts have been telling you, then in that case it will be very beneficial for you to control it just by lifestyle modification. Secondly, sometimes it might happen that due to some stress level, this blood pressure was triggering for a few days. So monitoring, continuous monitoring of blood pressure is very important. So it might be there for a week or 10 days, it was there, proper sleep, taking care of yourself at that stressful times, and then regular monitoring. If your blood pressure goes fine for a long period of time after monitoring, then you must see whether you require medication or you don't require a medication. And therefore, taking good nutritive diet, hydration on all the bases is utmost important, and regulation of medicine, what medicine are you on to and how properly you need to take the medicine is very important. I personally have come across a lot of patients who died because of hemorrhage, brain hemorrhage, just due to blood pressure, because they felt they were fine and suddenly they stopped taking the medicines, and this happened. So these kind of small things are utmost important to be taken care of, which you need to take into consideration, and an expert guidance should be taken before making up a complete system, and we all are here to give you the guidance based on that. Thank you.
Fantastic. Any other words of wisdom from Rajanji before we move to the diabetes question?
Over expectation and over stress is definitely leads to hypertension. So, along with medicines, meditation and pranayam is utmost important. Then, second thing, Agni of individual should be taken care of. And as told by Amrita ji, yes, definitely the diet or the ahar vihar must be considered properly as per the prakruti. That will help a lot, because medicines are n number of medicines are there for hypertension in Ayurveda, but as per mild laxative or mild virechan, but considering the prakruti and should be monitored by the experts. And our guru of Panchakarma, who died just 2 years back, Vaidya P.T. Joshi from Dhulia, he used to give woman to the patient, and he has got at least 20,000 cases of Mrudu Virechan plus woman regularly in these climatic conditions, means in Vasanta Rutu. That definitely helps a lot. Thank you.
Okay, we lost Dr. Rajiv Gupta perhaps. You have very rightly put up, Dr. Amrita, that because hypertension is a silent killer, and many people believe, okay, I am so intelligent, I can sense when my blood pressure is increasing and when it is 130, 140, 150, you know. So they act over smart and they try to skip the medication without monitoring, which can be really like a disaster in waiting. So very rightly put up, every patient should be having one's own personal sphygmomanometer, and one should very regularly be monitoring blood pressure. Okay, maybe by the time we have Dr. Rajiv with us, Jacinta and Surya, would you like to add something? Yeah, Jacinta, can you unmute? Are you able? Okay. May not. We will facilitate.
Oh, no.
Okay, Jacinta,
Yeah.
please. Yes,
Yeah.
please. Yeah, please.
No, it is clear. What I heard is clear till now.
Great. Okay. And Surya, do you want to like share something with us? Or by the time we have her, maybe any other panelist, we have Dr. Kanu, Dr. Mamta.
Namaste, Dr. Ish.
Hi, Surya, please. Yeah.
Yeah, namaste. No questions so far. Very beautiful insights of all the Vedyas here about medicines and also the combinations. I have also just for the you know, more people who are coming to me or want some knowledge about also the right food combination, because the food combination also, especially in the West, is very, you know, not how it should be, and it brings sickness to the body as well. Any light on that?
Okay. I believe maybe Mamta is there. Mamta is a better person to comment upon the diet and lifestyle in New York and around. But maybe we are more driven by convenience. You know, we have entered into a very bad trade-off, a deal where we want to use, rather abuse this body into earning more and more money, and we are keeping our health on back burners, and it is not a priority anymore for many, unfortunately. So that is where you have to maybe take a hold, step back, zoom out, restructure, you know, review what you are heading to, where are you coming from, what is the purpose, can you be a bit more wise, can you have a bird's eye view. You know, I believe taking a fresh stock upon your life and your priorities is required by many. Surya.
Amrita, I want to say something.
Yes,
Yes.
I would like to add what Suraya asked and was talking about is that the diet, most of the time, consideration in the West is we mostly have takeaway foods. We don't have time to cook. And most of the foods have got preservatives, or we are having a lot of processed foods, or we are having a pack of chips, or how much salt a McDonald's is adding, and how much a salt a burger is having, or how much salt there is in a pizza. What is the sodium level of the kind of a salts which we are using? And Ayurveda beautifully describes the different type of salts, and good combinations of salts have a very good role actually in Ayurveda, which practically I have been using for myself and for my family and my patients and friends. And therefore the salt indication, because itself it's a mineral of sodium and chloride ions and different sodium chloride potassium combinations with different kind of mineral content, have a big role in the blood pressure things. So if your diet, what food choices you are making for eating in a processed food, it might not be salty to taste. So palatably, it's not that salty, but definitely it contains a lot of salt, because additive and preservatives have such a quality that they diminish the quality of palatable qualities of tasting up the things the way they are. And that is what is the difference between a home cooked food and a processed food. Actually, a home cooked food will directly tell you today the salt is high in my dish, but in a preserved food you will not be able to know how much sodium it is until unless the markers of the nutritional fact tells you about what it is, but what it is doing to your body. You had a packet of chips, but how much salt is being taken through that must be taken into consideration. So the food choices that you pick up from the grocery store, what kind of food choices you make must be taken into consideration for the people who have high blood pressure.
Fantastic. That's good. Anybody else want to comment on it? I think it's very, very, very important topic. In terms of the medicines, what would you recommend for diabetes?
Okay, we come to diabetes now, sir.
Yeah, I'm thinking it will be good to do that. That's a question pending for a long time. So back to you, Sid.
Okay. See, maybe, okay, I'll be starting and then we follow up. Everyone has got one's own very fresh take upon diabetes, and because these are the commonest NCDs. When it comes to medication, then Ayurveda told that much before we have diabetes mellitus, we are into a foundation stage, what Ayurveda calls prameha. So we are actually waiting for many years before we actually become a diabetic. And that is where a Charak has told 2 herbs are the most effective. So the message is we all should be taking it, because we all are not diabetic, I understand. Then we are the right group to start with these 2 herbs. And these 2 are Haridra and Amlaki. So Prameha, Haridra, Amlaki, these are the best anti-Prameha. So we should include somehow into our life. We should be taking it depending upon our body type and our activity, and so many things to be factored in. We should be taking some Amlaki and some Haridra. Haridra is the simplest and it is the most protective. Will you believe the cultures which are not taking Haridra are 4 times higher at risk when it comes to autism? And simply the cultures, the geographies, the populations which are taking Haridra are suffering like 25% of autism only, as compared to non-Haridra taking, non-Kurkuma taking civilizations and cultures. Now, diabetes, very interestingly, has got such a wonderful explanation. As the Western medicine believes, like type 1, type 2 diabetes, that is insulin dependent and non-insulin dependent. Ayurveda did know about it. Will you believe, Dr. Rajiv? Charak has told that diabetics are of 2 types. One, who are lean diabetics, underweight diabetics, and who die early. And no treatment is meant for those type 1 diabetics called like Sahaj Prameho. Sahaj, that is, those are born with it, which we can translate to type 1 diabetes. And before 1921, when Benting and Best discovered insulin shots in Canada, and January 1922 was the first insulin injection given in the world to a patient called Leonard Thompson. He was a Negro boy, and he was the first person in the world to receive insulin shot in January 1922. Now, before 1922, no type 1 diabetic patient could survive beyond the age of 15 or maybe 20. Exactly this was told by Ayurveda, that they will be grossly underweight and no treatments would help them. And for the type 2 diabetes, which is Uttar Kalaj, which comes as a lifestyle, which what we call type 2 diabetes, all the treatments Ayurveda says are for the type 2 diabetes, or which is a Janmuttar, which is Apathyanimittaj, which comes as a bad lifestyle. That is type 2 diabetes. So Ayurveda did know a lot about diabetes. Yeah, maybe I should be holding my horses, because then we have Amrita, Pradeep, and Dr. Rajan, Mohit, Mamta. So please, can I start with you, Dr. Pradeep?
Of course, as well said by Dr. Ish, again the same, the favorite herbs, Amlaki and Haridra. And as we are giving to a lot of patients the combination of Amla and Haridra, which is very helpful, especially for the pre-diabetics, whom we are seeing that HbA1c is coming between 6 to 7. And it is very helpful along with the other lifestyles, again, same, Ahar Vihar. And as we guide all our patients that no direct sugar should be added to the food, that maybe natural fruits can be there, natural part in the some flour, that may be wheat or other flours that can be there to take for the daily use, that can cover up the desire of the sugary part in the food, in the daily habits. And again, same that lifestyle, dincharya, ratricharya, along with some long walk or increasing the fibrous diet in your foods, and all the other stuffs like the Haridra, Amla, or for part of the Pachana, like we can see, we can add some ginger, dry ginger powder with some lukewarm water, or in usual routine in Indians, we take a lot of ginger in our diet also. So a lot of other things again with the other people. Thank you.
Yes, Rajanji.
Lifestyle modification, yes, is most important. And along with Haridra Amalaki, in our college days, we used to prepare Haridra Amalaki tablets, which are so small. And by taking it empty stomach, 3 tablets early in the morning, definitely helps a lot. That is Haridra Amalaki is definitely helping. As said by Pradeep ji, yes, exercise, brisk walking, or exercise as per the body constitution must be considered. If a person is overweight and we ask him to walk for 2 hours, that will definitely trigger off his hypertension. So that's why it must be under the guidance of the experts. The exercise should be told to each and every individual. And there are n number of herbs or medicines used for diabetes in Ayurveda, but they also, as per the Prakriti, so I won't go into that because it would be a long list, and some other experts have their input. So thank you very much.
So we are here, I want to say, like, we are talking about Amalaki and Haridra. So these are the 2 my favorite herbs for treating any skin conditions, or, depending upon the kind of a Vat-Pitta curve. The Amalaki as Amalaki Rasayan, or and also Haridra for all kind of skin disease. So this is the beauty of Ayurveda, that one, the combination of herbs and the minerals, how beautifully we can use for different disease. That's what I wanted to just add.
Wonderful, wonderful, fantastic. Anything else Amrita wanted to add, or Ishji? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I would like to say diabetes as a common disease, as a causative agent for many other things as well. Again, a silent killer like hypertension. So people don't come to know until unless there is a serious implication on that. And as on with the basic part comes on diet and substitution of that. And so substitution in the form of stevia or in the form of we have a lot of other herbs what you can substitute things with, but the thing is that what sweetener you are choosing also makes a big difference. So whether you go for a royal bee honey or you substitute it with general honey, or you take some dates on that, or the kind of herbs you're taking up with must be seen how much quantity of sugar. That doesn't mean you can take every day, the whole time, 3 times a day, and in a big quantity of those sweeteners. All these things also have their own effect. 2 days back, because in my maternal family, I visited my maternal family, and they also had, there we have a lot of diabetic people there. So they are having herbs, but I got a tub of Hamor sugar-free ice cream. And when I was serving and I was giving, I just tried to taste it. I was very eager to know how it tastes. It was more sweet than a normal sweet ice cream, actually. And that sweet was too much to a level I wasn't sure whether that much of sugar-free is good enough or not. So saccharin as a substitute, how much people should take also is also important consideration. People just lamely depend on saccharin to a high extent. They say, oh, we have just sugar free, so we are adding up sugar free to a lot of quantity. But I have also seen results where the glucose level is high, like the PP is high, postprandial glucose or fasting glucose is high for the people even after taking stevia or these kind of saccharin. So these kind of things must be taken with great monitoring and should not be blindly taken upon as a substitute because it's been recommended or people are taking. So you just add on to it because diabetes as a disease and illness has a great effect on your kidneys. It has a great effect on your eyes, especially retinopathies are so common. People go even blind, and I've seen people dying with that as well. And diabetic neuralgias are so common. And issues related to gangrenes and stuff are so common. So basically alkalizing diet, alkalizers, intermittent fasting in a regular way where sugar levels, if become high, can go low as well. So what kind of substitution you are doing, how you are managing up with your diet, dietary schedule in that way is very, very essential on those bases. Hydrating yourself again will change your sugar levels. So all these things, and will have less impact on your kidney. So all these things must be taken into consideration. I would say fenugreek is very good. Fenugreek water at night when you soak them, and you can take that. Bitter gourds are also very good for that. And we have a herb called as Withania coagulans, which is Solanaceae family, and we take the pods of that. If you soak them overnight and consume them, that is also helpful in regulating your blood pressure, your sugar levels. You are taking up a good diet and managing up your lifestyle, actually. Thank you.
Mohit has something to say.
Yes, sir. Yes. So talking about diabetes, whether it is diabetes type 1 or type 2 or diabetes insipidus, I always have a strike on Costang and Agni. And in Costang, I always strike on pancreas. So pancreas actually, it's a beautiful organ, and it balances the Agni very well in the hormonal structure to secrete insulin in the blood, to secrete sugar in the blood. When we're talking about, take an example of type 1. In type 1, there's a destruction of beta cells of Langerhans. And whenever there's the destruction, CO2 level increases in the islets of the pancreas, in the costang of the pancreas. So we have to see, and we can see research. I'm telling you the research of Patanjali Yogapith. The yoga can help to increase the O2 in islets of Langerhans, in pancreas. So I think herbs like amalaki, herbs like haridri, haridra, and the seed of jamun or the powder of jamun can help with yoga or Ashtanga yoga to treat diabetes mellitus or diabetes insipidus at any stage. So yoga is a very important part to increase the O2, O2 supplement or O2, process in the Vita cells of Langerhans to treat such type of diabetic complications. Thank you so much.
Wonderful. Ishji, any last words? What do you want to
Okay.
say?
Yeah, very well put up by Dr. Amrita, Dr. Mohit, Rajanji. Sushruth has very interestingly advocated the role of physical activity. And will you believe, Sushruth advocated the hardest possible physical activity in cases of diabetes mellitus. What did he tell? He suggests us to dig wells. That is, you should be digging your own well and you should be drinking water from that. Now, can you imagine one person digging a well means you are putting so much of physical activity? Then he says the person should never stay for 2 nights in one village. That is, keep walking, walk as much as you can. Then Sushruth says, eat by begging, that is, go for alms, and that is to have low calorie food, not to have super rich, very luxurious food. By asking that, you have to go door to door, beg for food. That is how you'll be getting low calorie food. And so physical activity, and we very well know, it is proven by the Western medicine that the glucose uptake by 3 muscle group, by 3 organs, is responsible for 90% of like sugar turnover. That is fat cells, liver cells, and muscle cells, myocyte, adipocyte, and hepatocytes. So to keep your muscles active, a lot of physical activity to burn your sugar down and to make your insulin receptors active. Insulin receptors will be activated by physical activity. So surely we should be doing more physical activity, especially if we are a high risk group. You stand a 90% chance if both the parents are diabetic. You stand a 50% risk if one parent is diabetic. So we should not be blindfolded. Oh, no, it would happen to others, not to me. Why should I take care? So very important to, of course, under controlled guidance, as Dr. Patankar and all the panelists are telling, excess of everything is bad. So you have to strike a fair deal, but surely more physical activity is going to help against diabetes. Maybe then we have Amrita willing to say something.
Yes, sir, I would like to add, this is such a beautiful quote that you have added. Actually, that is why we used to say that diabetes used to be the disease of riches. So royal people used to have diabetes because they used to just eat and rest, actually.
Yes.
And now this is everybody's disease, actually. So just because of the sedentary lifestyle, and the very, very good logical point which has been kept forward of working out and digging up the wells. So that shows a very good concept of utilizing whatever activities used to be taking place at that time. And 5,000 years ago, people put them there. Now, whatever activities are taking place right now in the form of yoga, aerobics, Pilates, different kind of sports and activities are very important, because when you are working out at that time, the muscles need glucose, and the muscles store that glucose and turn them into glycogen, and from glycogen they'll be burning out into ATP, adenosine triphosphate, where you get energy to work on. So whenever you're doing any kind of physical activity, that physical activity basically is orienting you to dissolve that sugar, whatever calories have been taken up. And if you are not doing that sedentary activity, that will be turning up into fat and will be adding up to the adipose level, and therefore the sugar levels are difficult to control. So if regulation of the diet and these activities, as has been recommended by the panelists and the experts, are being done on regular basis, taking care of your schedules rather than just being insulin dependent. I have personally seen patients having a sedentary lifestyle because they don't want to go on walking, they don't want to do any exercise, they just take insulin and they believe that everything would be fine. So rather than that, that take a step out of home is very important for diabetes
Very
cure.
good.
Thank you.
Dr. Raji, maybe the last statement. Sushruth also gave a prediction that will you be a diabetic in future? He says, if rather than walking, you prefer standing. When you're standing, then you prefer to sit down. When you find a chair to sit down, you want to lie down. And when you lie down, then you prefer to sleep. Janiyat bhavishyata pramehi. That is, you are bound to be a diabetic in near future. If you are having aversion for physical activities, if you are moving away from physical activity, you want to be more and more like relaxing and sitting and not moving, then you are bound to be a diabetic sooner than later, Rajiv ji.
Wonderful quote, wonderful quote. And we all are becoming more and more lazier, which is bringing back to where we started, that the lifestyle is changing naturally. We used to be working, much practically, physically, and harder in some way. And although mental activity has increased, the physical activity has decreased. And to consume the glucose, you do need physical activity. Although brain is using pure glucose, I think it's really good. But there are alternative ways of changing the lifestyle, changing this, and also food. And this is all a consumption versus input. So whatever you put in and you consume, that actually still do the balance. So I think that's really fantastic. And I think it has been a fantastic day. I learned a lot. And I think I'm pretty sure our viewers would have learned a lot. So it has been a very good, useful, interactive session. And we have learned how we can use these so many lifestyle conditions. We have learned about the allergy, which is just on rise all the way. We have learned about how how changing the food and milk and the fridge, which is kind of dependent for majority people. Just small tweaks can change it. And using turmeric and garlic and ginger and changing the gut microbiota is so useful. And just to add, vision improvement by normal lifestyle and going and walking in garden, and nasya for migraine and castor oil on eyelids. That was just amazing. I know Ayurveda quite a bit, but I think I have learned a lot more today. So it's a fantastic session. So thank you very much, SG. Back to you.
Okay, maybe if we have got some more questions coming up from anyone, because we kept it like Q&A, as simple as that. So let's see, let's wait for some time for some more questions to come up.
Can I ask meanwhile? Sorry.
Okay, yes, sir. Yes, sir, please, Rajiv ji.
So I was thinking is that we have talked about this lifestyle, and this is changing irrespective of what we say or we do. Is there anything particular you would advise for children, because they are our future generation?
Okay. Yes,
simple
sir.
Things to do. Simple things. Simple things.
Yes. The most alarming what I notice is childhood obesity is the most alarming thing. As Rajan Patankarji told in the very beginning, when a kid says I'm playing, then don't look for him in a playground. Look at his mobile. By playing, he means he's playing a video game. So that is where childhood obesity is increasing like anything, and preparing a foundation ab initio from the very beginning when a kid is 5, 7, 10, 12 years old, and they are so much overweight, and they surely are some kind of disaster in waiting. So childhood obesity has to be addressed in first place, and that is where mothers have got a very important role to play. Many mothers believe that my child is not eating enough, and they are force feeding out of love. When even if kid says no, I don't want to eat, or maybe a kid makes like a deal, okay, I'm hungry for a pizza and not for an apple. That is where we have to be like a strict, hard-handed. Ayurveda has told, not Ayurveda exactly, the Indian culture has told, you cannot treat your kid as a friend until he or she is 16. So you cannot be like over friendly. Oh, my kid is 5, I'm friendly with him or her. I let her or him do whatever they please, whatever they demand, because we know more until they are grown up. When they are mature, they are okay. 16 is a nice age. By the time they know a lot of factual situations. So we have to really guide them. And the best option would be not telling, okay, no to pizza. Before telling them no to pizza, you have to give a healthy alternative. If you don't give a healthy alternative, then you cannot surely be a one-sided command would not be helping. So childhood obesity is very, very important, I believe. And we can have a healthier future generation. And who can be a better person than Dr. Rajiv Gupta, who's working upon a smart kid program, because he is planning so much with the government of the UK towards healthy eating for the kids. And learning from him, I could do such some things in Mauritius as well. So surely right food to the kids is the most overlooked, underrated component, which has to be revisited and should be reestablished. Maybe Rajiv, if you can tell us about your healthy kid plan. It could be new for many.
Thank you so much. I think you are absolutely right. As you mentioned, that kids playing and where they are playing, how they are consuming, and the role of mother, which you emphasized, because yes, and this is a bigger problem in Western world because of mother, as you mentioned about being friendly, actually is because what was allowed in past that you could punish a child is not allowed, as a result of which being overly friendly, allowing them a diet which they shouldn't take, and that is actually one of the main contributor. And obviously there is more watch, we have less children compared to past, where used to be 5-6 children in a family, and nobody is kind of bothered about them. Now you have 1 or 2 children, and of the two, one is elder, there is more gap. You have to watch them more carefully. You have more responsibility. So it's a societal responsibility as well. However, there is also less emphasis from the school. Teachers can't tell children off. And therefore, I think it's important that we need to revisit and create a situation where we can really take more responsibility, both in terms of the school, in terms of children themselves, in terms of the family or parents, and we as health practitioners, and largely the society, including the politicians. So this Eat Smarter, Think Smarter, and Be Smarter program is actually part of that, so that if we can teach children what is good for them in a simple, easy, and understandable terms, they are going to be a future generation. 10-15 years time, they will be adults. And then if we put our foundation right at this stage, they will be, instead of somebody else telling them, they would understand what they should be eating. They might not want to eat it today, but in 10 years, 15 year time, they will know what is good for them. And that is extremely vital. And school emphasizing it, creating a program, play, activity, all that is quite useful. Parents will have a little bit more power. And the other thing is also thinking a little bit better, because I've never heard of depression in children. I've done pediatrics for like 27 years. There's more depression, more anxiety in children now than ever before. And same is the productivity. If you think properly, give space to mind, do mindfulness, it will be much better. Physical health, emotional health, mental health, and I can bring into it the social health. So instead of social media, interacting with people is much, much better. So thank you very much. That's a fantastic overall view. You have brought a very important topic, and I know you have done a lot of work with the government of Mauritius as well to work on it, and we are doing the work here. I wish we have got 100 people working on that project to bring life to fantastic things. So perfect. I think I would like to hear views of other people as well. Maybe start from Rajanji. Or Amrita, or
You both are doing
comment.
very nice work, individually in UK and Mauritius. So all the best to you. Yes, obesity in childhood is a major problem in India because so many playing grounds are now taken up by the builders, and they are building so many big towers there with a small playground, which is, in my opinion, the persons residing in those towers are on very high side. That is minimum 4 to 5,000 families, and the playground is just for less than 100 kids to play. That is one thing. Then race for number one nowadays in school in India is very disastrous because study stress has got so many kids for not having proper food or proper mental ability also. In my clinic, I used to tell the parents that each and every child cannot be a Lata Mangeshkar or Abdul Kalam or Sachin Tendulkar. As per their ability, they should be free to move or free to do the things. That is also most important to reduce the stress. So thanks a lot because this is my small addition to your great work. Thank you.
So kind of you. Anybody else want to add anything else?
Of course, as well said by Dr. Rajanji and Dr. E. Sir, that childhood obesity, especially the role of the mother, and as we are talking about the school emphasis of programs, and as Dr. East told that he has added some courses at school level, the part of Ayurveda, the chapter of Ayurveda in school level in small classes. Again, we can say that as the role of the mother or the guardian, there is the role of the teacher who can guide them. As we see always, there are two parts, theory and practical. I can say the role of the teacher in the schools at school level, if Dr. Ish has added a chapter of Ayurveda at the food level or lifestyle level in schools at childhood, then it is very important that at the first instance, the teacher should do the theoretical part to teach or to give the lessons for the healthy eating and healthy lifestyle. Then the role of the mother, as we all say, that can be the practical approach. And we should be away from the greed of having you can say relaxation, that if we will give some sort of the things what the kids are demanding, that maybe these days very hot, like the we can see that is not only on the weekends, that is a daily routine practice in the morning, evening, afternoon, or having no time limit, on all the times. And mostly this is also related with what I am seeing in my own lifestyle, the kids around, and they are fond of the phones or TV or some sort of you can say particular channels, and they are demanding food. If the kid is asking for the food and then he is allowed to sit in front of the TV or the mobile phone, that is also one greed, that kids are very smarter these days. If we're seeing that smartly eat smartly, think smartly, and be smartly, that could be also the path for avoiding the childhood obesity. Thank you.
Lovely. Amrita wanted to say something.
I'd like to congratulate Dr. Rajiv and Ish sir for your initiative towards the kids, because future generation is the pillar on which we are going to hold our hands on future when we grow older, actually. So I think Dr. Rajiv, you have added up a lot of stuff into it, considering a lot of pillars on health, and it is very important to give space to the children and to give time to the children. Being a parent, I would say it's not just the mother who has to parent the kids, it's the parents who have to parent the kids, and the psychological stresses that children nowadays see on the basis of parents' relationship counts onto that, apart from the SNS things and the media that is counting up, and a lot of things in relation to that, and the society in connection to what friends and the peer pressure they are having, what kind of tastes they are made to adapt with from the very childhood. Like I know a couple of children who don't like to drink water. Why they don't like to drink water? Because it's tasteless, because they've always drunk flavored waters. We have got varieties of waters available, and so people love, kids love drinking waters, and instead of the water, it's been substituted with soft drinks and carbonated drinks and a lot of other flavored drinks. So the importance of water has been lost. This is one very small example, as in what I'm telling you. And giving space to them and being with them and making them, understanding them is very important in this curing up of the obesity which is happening with children, because obesity can be due to many reasons: psychological stresses and physiological changes, or physical issues, emotional issues, which a child is holding, because child is not able to reveal his feelings to that extent as we can reveal actually. And that is why to know about the child, it's the utmost important thing. What is his likings, what is his perceptions, what is his apprehensions, what is his hobbies, apart from that, when we deal with the majority of kids on the totality basis. So giving space as parents and time, your own personal time to the kids is very important. Playing with them is very important. Watching with them is also very important, because that will contribute into their self-esteem and respect, that yes, you are regarding what I'm watching too, and then making them realize eating in front of TV is not good, because it is not making you digest the food well, or even kids overeat because of that, because you really don't realize how much you're eating and you're into just watching whatever is coming. Because it is very important to look into your plate and eat, because when you look into your plate, you think about it. When you're looking at a cartoon or a Disney channel, you're thinking about something else and you're munching up. And this is how in a cinema hall, or we see people just watch movies and the kids keep having popcorns and a lot of chips, and that's make them obese actually. So changing up their dietary thing and giving them time and space and understanding their psychology on all bases, and taking the help of teachers on their behavior, and taking the help of their friends and being friend with them is one of the important plans for the treatment overall. Thank you.
That's fantastic. And you mentioned two important points. One, and I respect you and all the ladies who are actually doing a great job with children, which is not easy task, to give them love and affection, but still give them the teaching and the sense of what is good for them. Yes, is really, really important. And that's the only way we can change the future generation. And I think the other part is also then it's a combination. It's just not one thing. It's like whole societal thing. So it's bringing everything together will be quite useful. So I think that's fantastic. Do you want to add anything else? Oh, Rajan, do you want to say something? And maybe Pradeep.
Yes, as said by Pradeep ji, in Maharashtra, in the syllabus or in the curriculum of the schools for 8th, 9th and 10th standard was previously there by adding some basics of Ayurveda in their curriculum. But now as the government changes, they had abolished that thing. But it was also very helpful for the students who are now prone towards Ayurveda or learning Ayurveda. Definitely, we are gathering some informations, and our association will follow up these things. Then again to add those chapters in the 8th, 9th and 10th standards of curriculum. So thank you. I want to add that one.
I would like to say something with the obesity in the kids also. Like my son is a high schooler, so when I talk to him about his friends, something like that. So they don't, these kids, they don't have any idea about the gut, healthy gut. So they don't know they have to go to the toilet every day to, so just to make, my son knows because he's been raised as an Ayurvedic kid, but to teach him to tell his friends that that's what, I educated him to educate his friends, how he can, that it's very important to do the eat proper diet with lot of fiber so that they can have healthy gut. So the first basic concept there, it's not in the families. No one knows here. It's like to even for the patients who come for the skin care in my practice. So the first question I ask them, how is your bowel movement? Are you evacuating? Is it regular? You are going every day? So that's the first time. People are not aware of this. And when you look at their tongue, so you can see all the toxins, it's greenish, it's yellowish, and they don't know the concept of the oral cleanliness and oral, how to take care of it. So the very first thing I just, the people need to know, be aware of their gut health, that they have to eat well and the proper digestion and proper bowel movement, how important it is. So, yeah.
Brilliant, brilliant. And again, hats off again, as you mentioned, it's a great job which is being done as you did to your son. And it's a big contribution of all the ladies. Hats off to all of them for doing that brilliant job. If all of them bring their kids in the way you have brought, the world would be in a very different position. Good. Anything you want to say, Pradeep?
I can add something. I can add something small that, as well said by Dr. Mamtaji from USA, as she's talking about the healthy gut and the bowel movements. I can add some small 2 lines only, that food is information, like well said by somebody on social media. It's a code. It's either going to upgrade or downgrade your biological software, that is your physical and mental constitutions and body. That's
fantastic. Yes. Very useful. Good. I think I'm just thinking that, are there any other questions from the audience? So we can try and address that.
I could see there was one question on the skin care, so I would like to take that question. So someone asked in the beginning about the acne, how to take care of the acne, and so that's my field. So I just talk more on this field. So the most important thing is as I just told about the gut. Whenever any person comes for a skin issue, so the first question is like, how is your bowel movement? So this is the things, and this now I have stopped asking in the beginning. I ask in the end, because it's first, because when I ask in the beginning, then the track of the topic goes on the gut. So it moves away from the skin, the people more into the gut. So now I have just asked, how is your gut? That's it. So the first thing, most important thing we need to know about the skin is why we are having skin problems. So according to Ayurveda, it's all like the vitiation of 3 doshas, depending upon what is the combination. And then the main thing I come to also think that this is how is the Agni. So then when you talk about Agni, when you talk about the diet, what you are eating, so how your food is being digested, so it comes to that point. So with that point, giving the health advice for the proper diet, maybe if it's acne, so it's more of pitta thing, and then it's then pitta pacifying diet. So like here, if you say skin care is like, or we see like dry, oily combination skin or sensitive skin. So in Ayurveda, it becomes vata skin, pitta, kapha skin, and how we treat them. So there are I will not go into the details how what Vata, Pitta, Kapha, skin is, but there are few things which I thought which will be helpful for the people to know, like the kind of things they can use at home. So I maybe if you are having acne, so moringa powder, if you mix with water, you make a paste and then you can use it. So the quantity should be like enough water to make it a paste to put on the face, leave it for 10 minutes, and then rinse it with the water. That is the best, a very good thing I get for the, if you have acne. And other things we can also see, like in people who don't have access to Ayurvedic herbs. So I have seen like the apple, pureed apple, if you mix with honey and jojoba oil just for the moisturizations, and honey which is hydrating and antibacterial properties. This is really helpful for acne too. It's all the antibacterial. And if we come back to organ Ayurveda, then the haldi, haridra, and tulsi, we can use it. So, and also depending upon what kind of the pores you have, very large pores you have, then we can use the astringent properties of multani mitti, or that is, and we can mix it with the chandan. It could be red chandan. And then there is one more thing which is very, people are facing, especially women, they are very much aware of the now lines, fine lines around, it's like aging thing happening. Everybody is now looking for some alternatives. So in West, we have like, there are so many treatments, skin rejuvenation treatments. They are like non-invasive. We use here is Botox and derma fillers and microneedling, chemical peels, and laser skin resurfacing. These are the things which we do in the West, but the best part is we have I use chemical peels on a very mild level. I use enzyme, but I try to use the more natural enzyme like papaya pulp or pineapple pulp. These are the things which I use as a exfoliator. Very they are good results, but no side effect. These are we are using the raw fresh pulps. And but for the skin rejuvenation, when we think about it for as an anti-aging, so the best thing I compare in Ayurveda with Rasayana. So Rasayana, how do we get Rasayana? So Rasayana, if in Ayurveda they say if you leave one person in Amliki forest, Amla forest, and if that person just eat amla, he will be rejuvenated, the whole body. He will be a new person. So, but that's not possible these days. So that's how. But we, I use amla. Maybe amla use per one person can have maybe 2-3 tablespoons of amla juice every other day. That is that will help for the bringing your skin younger, which is vitamin C. And there was also research about the usage of triphala powder. So triphala powder has 100 times more vitamin C as compared to which we like magic berry, blueberry fresh juices. So it's much more potent than using fresh juice. If we just have triphala powder, either we mix it with water and then drink the water, or have maybe 1 teaspoon with the warm water, which will also help for the gut and also overall the system. So the other herbs which are like for skin rejuvenation or skin rasayan, in other words, is manduk parni. It's very popular. It's called gotukula. And then there is ashwagandha, of course. With ashwagandha, we have to see, like, we don't eat like, as we discussed earlier, in that people, Dr. Amrita also mentioned, people just take these food supplements, herbal supplements endlessly. They don't give break and their body get used to it, so it doesn't affect anymore. So with ashwagandha would take for 1 month, then give a break, then you take it again. That is a very good skin rejuvenation thing. And then most important means, if I have any complication with the skin, like during facials, I see something, some reaction to any products, anything. Sometimes you are just people can get a reaction with the besan, gram flour. So which is not like that, but it's the skin is like everybody's skin reacts differently. So you don't know what's going to happen. Some people are very good skin, they can take whatever products you put. So even then, the thing which I keep ready with me is milk, lactic acid. So the most important thing is that you keep a pure organic lactic acid milk with you if you are using it, because sometimes people use I told them to use milk as a cleanser mixed with some gel, aloe vera gel. So they used the creamer, they didn't have milk. So the Constitution creamer, they have, like, it was available in the coffee machine. Next to the coffee machine, they used creamer on the face. So the constitution and content of creamers are so different. It has chemicals in it for the long shelf life or whatever. So it had like adverse effect on the skin. So it's very important that we go pure organic substance, whatever, especially in America, you use everything and we use organic milk. But one day I saw that it has fish oil in it. So who can, think that milk has fish oil? So milk, we think anyone come vegetarian, vegetarian person can have. I offered it to all the elderly people who are like very religiously don't drink milk, but I said, okay, now keep quiet, change the milk, but keep quiet, don't tell them that it has fish oil. So you never know. So it's very important to see the content of the products you are using. So the most important thing, I like the milk, organic milk I keep with myself, and also Shatdhot Grit, the ghee. The ghee is the most important component for our health, which for our gut health, our journal health, and Dr. Also mentioned about the usage of ghee for nasya. So this is, so Shatdhot Grit, anything happens on the skin, if you don't live in India, you go India, please bring back 1 tube of Shatdhot Grit with you. So you can use it, apply on the skin for anything you have, any pigmentation you have, any allergic reaction you have, that you can use. And then any skin disease, but for bringing glow to your face, I would say the marichadi oil, which we normally don't use in skin, like for facial skin, and jatyadi oil. But I have seen great results with these 2 oils for different occasions, and especially with jatyadi oil. And of course, with all these things, we have to take care of the diet. And the other thing I asked them, apart from applying on face, so use a lot of nuts like almond nuts, walnuts, sunflower, and our ulsi, flaxseed. It has very good results when you eat basically for the skin. And of course, the anti-inflammatory, we have like turmeric, ginger, cinnamon, These are blood purifier. So for if a client is Indian, so I already know that he will be using all these things in the diet. So otherwise, I just ask the other people to have like maybe turmeric supplement, or just have organic turmeric, have a glass of milk for a few days, and then maybe use cinnamon in the milk if they are having milk, or just have the cinnamon powder with honey they can use. And of course, the leafy greeny vegetables, these are antioxidant to flush off the toxins. And for also skin rejuvenation, the other thing is like we in Ayurveda, the gold importance, lot of importance is given to gold, the Swarna Bhasma. So that is how means how to put on the skin. It's I don't know, but to have it like we can have Chavanprash, Swarna Yukt Chavanprash, which has gold in it, and or we have Swarna Bhasma, which is like a very purified form of gold, which can be taken and which been used in Ayurveda for many for like centuries. So apart from this also now comes about when we talk about skin glow. There are two, and when Neil told me, he spoke about like if I can talk about the skin rejuvenation and skin glow. So skin glow is basically the skin glowing is comes under like what I think is like I have like experts here, but whatever I know I am, so maybe Dr. Ish and Dr. can put more light on it. The brightening herbs, these are like comes under the varne. So this is like in modern, if you say how do we get glowing skin? They say you wash face, you exfoliate, you cleanse, you use vitamin C on your face, you eat vitamin C, you use sunscreen. So you basically, they focus on AHA, alpha hydroxy acids, beta hydroxy, BHAs, they have different chemical peels, antioxidant, then hyaluronic acid. These all are things in modern they use. But what we can do in Ayurveda, it is I think it's the combination of what we call it prabha. Prabha, I think it's the prabha, the radiance, the glow of face. The Ayurveda term, what I feel is for skin glow is the prabha, it's the glow on your skin, which is also part of like comes from your aura. So it's the prabha, which it is that glow which you can notice in a person from a distance. So like some people, you say like the aura is good and they have like natural shyness on their face. So that is the prabha. And the chaya is when that is the thing which you can see when you are close to it's the personality of the person. So it's basically skin complexion, which is depending upon how the person was born, the prakriti of the person. So the chaya is more of the originates from what the Panch Mahabhut, the 5 elements. It has like the properties of 5 elements. But prabha is the glow of the skin is it is because of the tej tattva, the fiery element, the tejas tattva. So it has like the color, different colors. That's why we see the different hues on the skin, like yellowish, pinkish, brownish skin. So how do we get prabha? And prabha, that is the main thing what I think, apart from using the herbs, it is very important to have the equilibrium and the balance of mind and body. So to have a skin which is glowing and fresh, it's very important to balance mind and body. And this we can do with the physical fitness, emotional health, mental stability, and spiritual inclination towards life. And what is like, to me, among all these things, we all know about physical fitness, we all know about emotional health, and we also talk about now mental stability. So people take spiritual health in a very different way. They think just spiritual, just sitting in the meditation, that's a spirituality. But that is not only spirituality. Spirituality means also getting a feeling of peace and happiness, doing something for others. So the compassion, having compassion for others. So this, when we work around these four things, then I would say like that is the way. And Ayurveda considered these all the basic pillars, all for any kind of, for the proper health. We all need things with we use yoga and all things. So with using all these things, we can have good, glowing, rejuvenated skin. And the things which for when we talk about this practical problems, when we have the wrinkles coming on our skin, what to do, the wrinkles, how to take care of. So the fine lines around the lips. So there are few things which we can use. Let me, because I don't remember. So I have made a note for that. So for for the woman, the wrinkles around the lips, if we use papaya pulp. So put papaya pulp on around the lips, and then you lie down and wait for 10 minutes, and then rinse it off with water. So that is a very good remedy to reduce, because as you age 50 plus, this problem comes a lot. So but this thing we can also do on the face. Means if I am doing it, I'll put papaya on my whole face, because it's exfoliation, it's enzyme exfoliation. So that's what also it do. And then also we can steam, give maybe gentle steam for 5 to 10 minutes, so that it penetrates deep into the skin. And then when we steam, we can add some, for dry skin, we can add some rose essential oil, or we can use rose petals in the steamer. For normal dry skin, we use lemon balm leaves. For oily skin, we can use rosemary and sage. For problematic skin, just any kind of skin, we can use comfrey root powder, or if we don't have any herbs, so we can easily get tea bags, like herbal tea, so we can use the tea bags. And for the one other problem we all face is puffy eyes. So puffy eyes, everybody knows, then we can use cucumber slices on the eyes. But what I have seen very good results with the coffee. So if you make a mixed coffee with a little bit of water, and then put it around the eyes, don't leave it for too long, for 2-3 minutes, then your eyes feel much better. And also raw potato slices on the eyes are very good. And but the most important thing, these are the things which for the people to which are easy to do and people can do it. But if you wash your eyes with triphala water, that is the best thing. So you soak triphala powder overnight in the water, and in the morning you rinse eyes with that water, drain it, and water, use it. So that is the best people who can do it. Otherwise, these other things are the simple, which is people can do while in the kitchen cooking something. So for crow feet, that is the main thing. We have like the fine lines here. I have a lot of crow feet from since my college days. So for that, egg white is very useful. So just take the egg white and beat it. So just beat it till it becomes just, you see the just before it start making the the soft peaks. So dab it around the eyes, put it here around the cheekbones, and then around the eyes. You then leave it for 10 minutes, wash it with water or a wet cotton ball. It the components of egg white helps, the collagen in egg white helps plumps and firm the skin. So I don't know if it's too much information. Should I stop here, or it's
No, you can carry on. It's still interesting.
okay.
Questions.
Okay. And as when Dr. Rajan was talking about the castor oil, so I use it a lot, castor oil, for nourishing eyelashes and eyebrows. People having any issue with the eyebrows, like we say, the thinning of eyebrows at this time. So, when you are aging, or just have just take a dip your finger in the castor oil and put it on the hair, eyebrows and eyelashes. So make sure you don't take too much oil, because once it gets into you, if you put a little oil in your eyes, it's really irritating. So just maybe put something in the eyes. Ladies, they have some should have something to protect their eyes. So just put just on the eyelashes and eyebrows. So very have to be very careful not to put it on the eyes. So then there is a very popular thing now is happening is people, female, are going for O2 facials, oxygen facial. So people, they use for the oxidation of the skin. Ladies go for oxygen facials. There are different products, very cosmeceuticals products, which people use. But in Ayurveda, we can create our own facial, on a face mask, which has the equal effect. Like we can have like oatmeal powder with slightly little grainy, not too soft, not too grainy, but little, which is bearable and your skin can bear it. And then you can have like 1/8 cup of oatmeal powder, and then maybe 1 tablespoon of almond flour or grounded almond. Then if you're for very fine lines and dehydrated skin, rose petals powder. And then we also use white clay, or you can use any clay, something to make the base. Bentonite clay is good, kaolin clay is good. Use any clay. And then you also, the trick is you what you mix with. You don't mix it with water. You mix it with hydrogen peroxide. That is where you get the oxygen. So you have like maybe 15 ml of hydrogen peroxide plus water, maybe 2-3 times of water, 45 ml, depending upon the amount of quantity you make. So basically, hydrogen peroxide is if 1, then water is 3 times. Put it on the face and rinse with cold water. So the hydrogen peroxide releases oxygen. When it combines with other ingredients and we apply on the skin, so O2 helps slow down the aging process. This is my favorite face mask, which I use. So hydrogen peroxide is the main thing we use, and then we can combine whatever basic ingredients, we can use it. And the one most important thing we feel, everyone, men or female, basically I have seen a lot of men, they have black heads, but they don't know they have, because they have no awareness of they have black. And I look at them, okay, I can do something about it. So blackheads, we all have, men, women, we have it. So the very interesting things so here I use the juice, parsley juice. Parsley herb, make it juice in a blender, apply on the face, and then steam the face a little bit for blackheads. And there is one more thing I use. I have. So for these thing, other things we use like the herbs we have, manjist, we can use that, the black pepper, for these herbs we use for different kind of conditions. Well, let me see one. I have a very good recipe for the blackheads, if I can find that. Till I find it. So in the meantime, I would say that other thing, for any kind of skin issues, skin tags, we have mole, anything, the black pepper and the nutmeg. Black pepper, black pepper, it's very tricky. You don't crush it. You just do it in while at doctor's note, rub it like with a little bit of water, and then put that paste on that mole. Do it continuously, it will go away, it will fall. If it's like slightly raised, it will fall. And then same is with the nutmeg. We can use nutmeg as well. So these are the few things. If for skin thing, I think maybe Dr. Ish or Dr. Raman or Amrita, if you have any things you can add to it.
Fantastic. Actually, I think so many useful things. You mentioned about this nutmeg and black pepper. Can they be mixed together for taste, or they need to be used separately?
Use it separately. Black pepper in itself is very potent. So you don't have to mix either black pepper or nutmeg. Or nutmeg we can also eat, and the mulatti has a lot of role in for pigmentation. So we make a the mulatti powder for the face. So we can mix it with the multani mitti, mulatti powder, and then we can add manjist powder to it. The problem with manjist powder comes, it's very difficult to find the very fine manjist powder. No matter what, you really have to like kapad chan it many times to use it on the face.
And where do you get this manjist powder?
All the Ayurvedic stores or online, it's available. But in India, you can get any Ayurvedic store.
Right. Okay, that's fantastic. Back to, I know, Rajanji and Ishche.
Yeah, that was quite some dermatology, Mamta. Thank you very much. And surely this was like this is your subject area and your expertise, and we all benefited a lot from it. And this calls for a full length session. You should be the resource person for that day, and we should all be beforehand knowing that we will be talking about skin, and we all talk about it. Maybe before Rajanji, Amrita can be a right person to maybe add some value to her talk.
Very informative, and I would like to thank you for giving such an information. Very nice. And yes, you covered up all the aspects, and I have prepared a small presentation. If there's a permission, I would share, because those aspects are very connected to what Mamta ji has already said.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So just give me a little time. Can you see my slides?
We can see if you want to make it like full.
Yeah. I would just like to add a few things, just an insight on this, because face is an index of mind actually, and all the aspects that are being covered by ma'am are really very beautiful and very important actually. And so how does the face connect with your mind, and how you respond as you see so many beautiful faces? And I see on the panel so many beautiful faces which depict so many things about yourself. So as Ayurveda gives a connection of that, we have eightfold diagnostic tools where we have Ashtaved Pariksha, and in this, among other parameters, Akriti, which is your appearance, and your face is one of the most important things. And to see whether you are physically ill or healthy, and even in today's time, if I interpret it in a normal way and I see faces of people walking around, I would say people face reveals so many things, and when you read those faces, they have got a lot of hidden feelings in them, which talks a lot to you, even if it is not verbal. And this Akriti Parikshan is one of the most fantasizing thing which I found in some of the conferences which I had been addressing. I particularly talk a lot about face therapy and face related things, because face reveals a lot of things about people. Talking further, as Ayurveda perspective, as Dr. Mamta said, that yes, we have different skin types, and based on Vata, Pitta, Kapha, which is the bioenergies that are related with the five elements, we categorize people, and based on that, the treatments and the skin issues, and my skin particularly, or your skin particularly, is responding. If we see our skin being a very primary issue, because face is what is the basic identity of any individual. Therefore, when you think about the face, it is an utmost important thing, and everybody tries to make the best on what is appearing on the face actually. And ever since, I personally believe SNS has increased, social media, photograph and photography has become so prominent that people are very health conscious on the basis of their skin health actually. And so people we find in different categories, and Ayurveda broadly classifies them in three different types, where some of them we have a lot of dry skin, and the dry skin can be with like chapped lips, or like dryness on the nose, or on the skin, and that's an exfoliating skin in the way that it's always dry based on the weather, or when the winter comes, it becomes very dry. And this is basically when the secretions or the sebum is less, and your moisture content in the face is less, and that has been barriered with a lot of things. So external influences of dry air increases that, and if your vata prone tendency, like your bioenergy is air, then this kind of a skin issue will be raised more. Same with the chapped lips. People talk whenever the winter comes, my lips get chapped, I need to take care of my skin a lot. So these kind of issues prominently is with the dry skin basically, and these people are not hydrating well to that extent on the skin basis, or the sweat is not being released, or the sebum is not, sebaceous glands are not working properly, that causes a dry skin. When I talk further about a normal skin, it's always a healthy skin, as Dr. Mamta also referred to, that a normal skin may indicate where you have a good quality of your T-zone, which is over here, and where you have a good combination of skin moisture and the sebum which has been released, and then you have a healthy glowing skin in which a lot of other parameters apart from your physical, mental and your spiritual health, they count together when you talk about a normal skin or a skin glow. Talking further, it will add on to a very oily skin. Most of the time I encounter people who talk about that they have, if you keep tissue paper, it's oily. Even if I wash it with face wash or anything, it's always oily, and the oil doesn't go. And due to that, I have got a lot of pimples, a lot of acne, and they sometimes are infectious, or whiteheads and other kind of infections. They mostly come, which may be traveling to the other part of the body, the upper part of the body. And oily skin mostly pertains to this kind of a quality. So most of the time, these bioenergies which are related with your vata, which is the air, or which is related with your fire element, where your hormones are very high, which is at the time of puberty, which every time we feel the changes, and or it is with the kapha, where the water and earth element is quite high. At that time, these changes in the sebaceous glands or hormones or the sweat level basically is changing your skin tone. And the skin is also having a great effect. If you look at these three pictures, they show the age-related changes, which are pretty normal, that have to come. And we do a lot of things, but the kind of status we maintain at the childhood level as a child will be incurring to a youth level, and which will be going to your old age. And if you see the difference between two the relatives, or you see the difference between two brothers or two sisters who are the siblings from the same family, still their status of the face or their health issues or health status are completely different despite being born from the same parents, in which a lot of other factors, where you stay, where you live, what kind of work you were doing, how much stress and anxiety you have been facing, what is your reaction to all those situations of life, how had you been dealing with life, actually makes a big difference on how your skin appears to be at old age. And based on these conditions, our mental status and how we see things in life makes a big difference. Like, for example, I see a person who is with bioenergy with a lot of air element may trigger having a lot of anxieties and stress at them. Or I see people who have a lot of fire element are always argumentative, judgmental, anger, ego, and their face really reveals all those things. I'm pretty sure when I'm talking about these people, you must be having a picture of a lot of the faces that you can see every day around you, or somebody you come across who's always chubby, who's always bubbly, who's always smiling. Despite of anything, you find them very positive, and looking at their face, you get an energy when you talk about them, or you say, oh, today I've seen your face, that makes my day, actually. So these kind of things actually are much more related with the face and face appearances and the skin that is related to your faces, actually. And just moving a little further on that, these kind of facial features that we have, maybe I am with a bioenergy of Vata element, or I'm with a bioenergy of Pitta element, which is a fire element, or I am with an energy of a Kapha element, which is a water and earth element. My basic features of face will change. And adding to that, it will be changing up based upon my lifestyle, based upon my mental temperaments, based upon my geographical conditions and the places where I'm staying and my living conditions overall. Talking further, moods have a lot of things to say on the face. You must have come across every day a lot of people who are pretty moody, who have a good mood. And if you see these faces in the slide, they pretty surely talk a lot to you and they indicate their temperaments. They say much more beyond what they actually have to say verbally. And therefore, whatever mood I am in, most of my hours in my life, the same features the face will reveal always. And that might particularly depend upon my temperaments as an individual of Vata, Pitta, Kapha, or as an individual of how is my grooming and how do I take my life. And if I'm quite argumentative or judgmental every time, my face will depict those things. Or if I'm always in a happy mood, my face is always a resonant face. And if I see people in different forms, which is quite anger or with ego or with depression or with anxiety. In all these cases, we see so many different faces where there are certain permanent features that we see on the face. So whenever I look at your face or you look at others' face or you look at your face on the mirror, based on the situations in life, just judge your face. Mirror will tell you, talk to you a lot about your faces, because these faces will mark those lines that can be permanent, and then you need a lot of other methods of cosmetics to remove them, but taking care at the right time would be very helpful. Talking about yourself to your moods, how well you can balance your mood, make your face more glistening. If you look at these smiling people, even if old age, though there are a lot of wrinkles, still they have a resonance in them. And this resonance is about oja. This radiance is about calm. It's about peacefulness. It's about that bioenergy that is hidden within us. And that resonance is traveling all the stages of our life. But at this age, if you are more health oriented, you take care of yourself physically, mentally, and especially spiritually as well, they resonate on your face. And yeah, moving further, I would just like to take a few minutes more to talk on the mind making of maps on the face, actually. So minding your lines, what kind of lines they develop. We have got a lot of lines on our hands, but then we need to see the lines on the face as well. And these lines, I was just reading a few things and it just clubbed up things together to make them know to everyone. These lines are talking a lot to us. And when we talk to our friends and when we go close to them, we see these lines, and most of the time these lines reveal a lot of things which we might not pay attention to, but we should sometimes pay attention to. These horizontal lines are quick indicators that I am a quite anxious person. I have a lot of worries in my life. It might not happen that you are a worrisome person always, but some stage of your life, maybe there was some worry in your life, and these forehead lines, they show up at that time. So we need to consider those parameters to prevent those anxieties or those worries, to work on with them. Secondly, nasolabial lines. Nasolabial lines, also called as laughing lines. Many times people have it, but then sometimes these lines also may appear on people who have malabsorption syndromes, where your food is not getting well absorbed, nutrition is not proper despite of your eating. Because of any reason, there can be weak digestion, there can be improper diet, there can be toxins or inflammation in the gut. And because of that, some of these lines are shown as an indicator on my face. Moving further, some lines we see on the neck, the neck shows some ridges sometimes, and these are called as marionette lines. And these can be due to past traumas, indicator of some childhood experiences, because whenever you are stressed, whenever you're anxious, you flex your neck. When you flex your neck for a longer time, these lines develop. And therefore, there are some unresolved issues. You're depressed, you're sad, your neck is always flexed. And when your neck is flexed, actually, it shows a lot of things that with that flexion of your neck or bending down of your neck for such a long time or quite some time, often in the daytime or often in many hours of the day, can create permanent lines, which reveals unresolved childhood experiences, maybe unresolved grief, suppressed emotions, and a lot more like that. Sometimes people also have vertical line over here, and these vertical lines, maybe you are very skeptic. This skepticism can be related with a general nature of a person. Most of the time, people who are with Pitta quality or with the fire element are very skeptic, on their issues, like over observant, over judgmental, over working on plannings, and a lot of things. So based on that, these lines, they often develop and we want to know them. Sometimes a vertical on the inner side of the eyebrows over here or here. I'm not talking about the crow's line here, and they sometimes may really reveal about some liver issues that might crop up, or digestion issues in relation to that, or potential spleen related issues, which is correlated with the pitta disorders, which is the fire element again. And if the Agni is weak and your fire is not able to digest, or your pitta has been derailed, or your fire is been derailed, then these lines may come prominent. Or there have been some dietary changes, like you went to a place where every time spicy food was.
Hello. What happened?
It's okay, Rajiv. She's cut off. Don't worry. Carry on.
Okay, so I think it was fantastic, session. Some glow and the skin lines, and these are cosmetic things which are really, really useful. Many of these we can apply in our day-to-day life and look more younger than we used to live now. I'm thinking.
So can I continue, or is it okay?
Yeah, we missed you for a short while, but carry on. You can't see you though. Amrita, can you hear us?
Her bandwidth is still poor, so maybe move to Nishit with questions so far till Amrita's bandwidth stabilizes. Okay, over.
So Nishit, how can you make us look younger?
Wonderful. What a great session so far. For those of you who are watching online, let me just, on behalf of you all, just congratulate the panel here. They've done a fantastic job of fielding some very interesting questions. Although I had to pop out for a little bit of time, I was watching on my phone, and it was really, really interesting. And just to recap for those of you who are still maybe recently joining us, today's live session on Ayurveda has so far explored the benefits of this traditional system of medicine and its applications in everyday health and wellness. So our panel of resident experts here from around the world have shared their insights, their tips on how Ayurveda can be used to address a range of health issues, from birth to death, sort of a thing, and including aging and chronic diseases. So some of the key takeaways I found from today's discussion included the personalized nature of Ayurveda, which focuses on balancing each person's unique constitution, or dosha as it's called, as well as the importance of a healthy lifestyle that includes a balanced diet, regular exercise, stress management, and adequate sleep. I think a lot of people don't understand the power of a good sleep. And that's maybe something we can have a chat on. But To carry on, our resident experts here also discussed the use of natural remedies, including herbs, common spices, oils to promote healing and prevent disease. So Ayurveda emphasizes the importance of emotional and spiritual health, with practices such as meditation, yoga, and pranayam being integral to this system. So throughout this session, our panel has discussed common questions so far and concerns related to Ayurveda, including safety, efficacy compared to conventional medicine, potential side effects, and integration of Ayurveda with modern healthcare systems. So overall, I think today's discussion so far has been a very comprehensive overview of Ayurveda, its potential applications to improve health and well-being. And I hope everybody has been enjoying it as much as I have. So I am going to give you an example of a friend of mine who you may be able to help out. This friend of mine is called Rajesh, and Rajesh is actually an IT person. He's moved here to the UK about 10 years ago, and he's currently around 45 years old. So he's living out of London, and recently he was diagnosed with type 2 diabetes. And as a South Asian, he realizes that the UK has the highest growing population of new diabetics. And out of that, it is in the South Asian community as well. So I don't know if it's something that is just they say that, for example, consumption of a lot of carbohydrates and high carb foods, etc., is a contributor of maybe diabetes or leading towards it. But really speaking, in India, especially if you go to the South, they have a high consumption of diet, the rice in their diet, and it's, I think, something else that's a problem. But his challenges are balancing a busy work schedule with self-care and self-improvement, adapting the Western diet and lifestyle while maintaining his cultural traditions and preferences, overcoming the stigma associated with diabetes in the South Asian community, and finding high quality resources and support for managing his diabetes holistically. So those are his challenges. And so I'm going to ask a set of questions that he has asked me to pass on to you. Bear with me. So the first question he's asking is that type 2 diabetes, he understands, is a lifestyle disease, something that can be managed with proper exercise, dietary control, and things like stress reduction. Whilst he does those things, he puts those things into place. Is there anything that in Ayurveda that can help him move that along in a better way?
Can I just say one thing? You said a stigma of diabetes. In fact, diabetes is a disease of affluent people, so it's not a stigma. The second thing is, we as South Asians have genetic predisposition, and on that is the dietary modifications. And the third is a mixture of the Western environment and the lifestyle with this. So I think these were three things. But I'll let Ish take first, and then I think Mal has some question afterward. So you want to take over that, and then probably I'll add a few more things to add. But first, let's give a chance.
Okay, so Nishit, my suggestion for your friend would be, he should be adapting well when it comes to tackling his job pressure. I believe stress could be a big trigger for him, and he is in a typical age to be a diabetic. Like 45 is a classical age, provided both the parents are diabetic patients already. So maybe he could be having his this in his heredity. Anyway, now once he has it, he should be very regular with his medication first of all, and medication dosage would vary depending upon the dietary and physical activity components he incorporates into. His diabetologist would be very happy to reduce the dosage once he's noticed to have not that much shoot up in his blood glucose level and HbA1c. So he should be devising ways and means to exert more and more. He should be parking his car one block away. He should be taking stairs. He one cannot write off, oh no, I don't have time to walk or exert or exercise, you know. So that is where he has to reprioritize, and physical activity can be a component. And 45 is not an age where he cannot undertake rigorous physical activity. Secondly, like something very nice for him can be Sudarshan Kriya, which he can undertake with Jayant Kullar. We have him right now from Bangalore with us. Sudarshan Kriya of Shri Ravi Shankar has proven to be reducing the stress in a very significant manner, primarily coming from stress. More than any herbs or medicines, I believe meditation, exercise, where Jayant is an expert, can be the right requirement for him. Nishit.
Amazing, fantastic. Yeah, go on.
Can I get a couple of things? So I've done a lot of work, as you know, on this and yoga, particularly Mandukasana, which is like bending forward with this, actually massages the pancreas. So the residual amount of the insulin, whatever is left over, plus also regeneration of pancreas happens with this doing on regular basis. It's not like you do it 2 days and not for another 7 days. If you do on regular basis, people have found a significant improvement. So I think I would recommend that.
But okay, so this is type 2 diabetes. So it is not that he's not getting insulin, it's that his body is not able to utilize the insulin.
No, it's just because that insulin is being used in the body. If we have a better amount, and also with the exercise, the glucose goes into, because the glucose goes into the cells, and that's the job of the insulin. So a better production and a better use of the insulin, because while the reason is the resistance, the cells are not bothered about it, that insulin that is there. It's a production at the right time when it is being used, and it is glucose is going in. So it's a facilitation mechanism, and that's actually very, very powerful.
Okay, understood. So now, because he's a diabetic person, so he's now newly sensitized to ups and downs of his blood sugar levels. So is there something in Ayurveda, some sort of Ayurvedic remedy that can help maintain the healthy blood sugar levels? I see the Ministry of Ayush released a product called BGR34, and then I think a second one called, there's a second product as well, called Ayush 82. And that has, from what I'm reading online, you've got Karela, Jamun, Amra, and something called Gudmar.
Gudmar, yeah.
Gudmar,
see, my suggestion would be, he should simply be going for like methi. Fenugreek would be the most suitable and available thing to him. He should not be depending upon any import coming from India. When he goes, he can also try BGR34 and Ayush 82. But I believe methi, fenugreek can be very handy to him and very effective. But surely, actually this is like a multi-pronged approach. If he limits himself to like popping in some tablets, it might not help. So stress management, dietary corrections, where Dr. Rajiv Gupta would also recommend maybe small frequent meals can be a right plan. He should be taking multiple small meals, because in response to the meal, we release insulin. And if he takes a very small, because overeating is without fail, without exception, the most harmful thing. So he should not be overeating in the name of small frequent meals. The meals have to be real small. He should be exerting a lot, more than he should go out of his comfort zone. And then I believe he should go for a personal consult with some Ayurveda doctor. Maybe he can call me, or I can connect him with Jayant. You know, that is how we can take him up more personally, I believe.
Super. Now, one of the things that people have, like, for example, when it comes to blood sugar control medication, is an example, a common one is gliclazide or metformin or something like that. These all are helpful in managing the blood sugar levels, but they also come with their own side effects. So can Ayurveda help manage the side effects of these conventional diabetes medications?
Doctor, yeah, Doctor, after Dr. Rajiv takes his shot, maybe then I can add something.
So I think that's correct. So each pharmaceutical or commercially prescribed medicine is there, and it's very good. And as I probably mentioned earlier in the session today, is good. And these are short-term measures. They are good. We are trying to suppress diabetes with these. So glycologide is extremely good in controlling and managing it. But effectively, we need to find a solution. How do we get a cure without using the medication? And then some of these things which we talked about, both lifestyle and yoga and the change, and probably was mentioned about like Matthew, fenugreek, bitter gourd. These are quite good and high fiber diet. So these are like a mixture of other things which are lifestyle. But I think these are very good ones, both BGR34 and Ayush 82. However, I think Ish will have a more detail on these. So let him just talk about these, and then we'll talk about how to nullify the effects or the side effects. So back to Ishji.
Okay, yeah, maybe Nishit, can you repeat your question, please?
So the question was that we have some traditional medicines that are issued for managing diabetes blood sugars, like metformin or glycoside. They are quite good, have been used for a long time, but they also come with their own side effects. So is there something we can do in Ayurveda that can help mitigate these side effects?
Yes, yes. See, the ultimate goal is the blood sugar level, fasting and like postprandial along with the HbA1c have to be under control. Now, if the parameters are under control, then lesser medicine would be required, because these medicine are there to stay for life almost. Maybe he is 45, he could be taking it for maybe all his life now. What happens is, if your blood sugar level is nicely controlled, then these medicines don't do like a lot of harm to you. But if you are not doing anything, you are just buying tablets and eating, your sugar levels are not well controlled, your medicine dosage is increasing from metformin 500, you go to 1000, then what happens is your kidney gives in. Maybe after like a decade or two, your kidney would give in, and that would be the time you will be switched over to insulin. So surely the best would be, he should be keeping his blood sugar as good as under control with a diet, exercise, some Ayurveda medicine, and the glycoside and metformin he's taking. The ultimate target is a nice glucose control. A nice glucose control can be as healthy as a non-diabetic. Nishit.
Okay, fabulous. So that's really, really interesting. Now, the other he asked is, how can I modify my cultural diet to better manage my diabetes? Are there any foods you think are to be avoided and some that are to be consumed?
Yes, like he should be taking more and more of complex carbohydrates. Like fibers should be taken more and more, and fats should not be taken a lot. So salads are the best thing for him, and that too if he can take a steamed or cooked salads, that would be the best. And then he should devise a very specific meal plan with 6 meals a day, 5 to 6 meals a day, and real small meals. This food plan can help him, I believe.
Brilliant.
And then he surely can incorporate his cultural entities can very much stay there. Like we don't recommend him to eat like of some food from some other culture. So whatever is his culture, he surely can abide by that.
What are some of the ways that he can educate himself and his family about the importance of healthy lifestyle choices for diabetes management? Do you have any resources for him to go and have a look? I mean, I'm sure there's plenty online. I'm just asking, in your opinion, if you have a good resource that he can have a look at.
Not often, but maybe I can find something for him, or maybe I can speak to him. That will be the simplest, because one personal case cannot be taken at full length on a public platform.
Yes.
So the
yes.
best would be we connect and I take his personal questions and then give him some tailor-made solution.
Wonderful. Those are the questions I had. I can get some more in a few minutes, but I'll let the rest of the panel also have a chance.
Okay, maybe Mala wanted to add something perhaps.
Mute. There we go.
Yes.
Thank you. You mentioned the South Asian diet. Yeah, I think I do, and then you mentioned something about we including a Western diet. A lot of the Western diet is mainly about pork, pork scratchings, pork, whatever. Is it specific to the Mediterranean diet, or is there some kind of, East versus West, and our diet's better than your diet? I was on a documentary for KFC on BBC One, and it was all based on wherever there was a KFC in England, there's a rise in obesity. And I had to show them how to cook healthy foods with these very fattening chickens and all over the country. So it was a very deep conversation with people living on estates on low income. And they're saying that the diets in Britain are not very good. So, I mean, in our Indian diets, overall, we do have a lot of vegetables. But I know obviously our sweets and puddings are highly intensely infused with sugars, and the portions are greater. And then also we cook with a lot of oil, and that's our downfall. And also the Western diet, they do more walking, and they have, more, I don't know whether it's disposable income, you'll have disparity, and it could be a broader conversation. They do more outdoor activity. But then is it genetic in the South Asian diet, or what is it? Because we're quite active, we still make things from scratch. I just don't know how to understand the South Asian diet. Yeah.
As Dr. Rajiv already pointed out, that there is some diabetic predisposition when it comes to Southeast Asian countries. So that could be a cause that maybe they report more prevalence. And coupled with when he migrated to the UK and he had more stress, then the damage was done. There are multiple factors which join hands to deliver the ultimate result.
Yeah.
There was a question that should methi be taken fresh or dried seeds? Of course, dry seeds. Ayurveda says dried is the medicine and fresh is the food. So it could be ginger, it could be kurkuma, haldi, it could be methi. Everything has to be taken dry.
Fabulous.
Dry is more potential, more potent, has got less water, and very clearly told, dry is medicine and fresh is food.
I have another question. Over here all around the world, I suppose, not only in the West, when it comes to things like superbugs, these are bacteria and other viruses which are resistant to antibiotics. We have a looming problem coming up, whereas you will come to a stage where they're resistant to pretty much all the known antibiotics. And this is a big problem. Is there anything in Ayurveda that can help us overcome the reliance on antibiotics?
See, it has got two aspects. First, you have to start early. If you want to be safe against some X superbug, then a post-exposure, it might not work, first of all. That is where you have to be proactive than being reactive. We all should be planning, okay, we get infected by a superbug, what best can we do today when we are not infected? One thing, that is to build the immunity up. Secondly, the antibiotic resistance, what we are facing, is because of excessive antibiotic usage in childhood. When kids are taking a lot of antibiotics, will you believe a lot of antibiotic usage in childhood is directly responsible for childhood obesity and many more diseases when they grow up. So that is where we should be very rational when it comes to giving antibiotics to anyone in our family or friends. And yes, when it comes to building up immunity, that we have a protocol like which can work against like maybe COVID or any other superbug. That is, again, we route through proper diet, lifestyle, some herbs and panchkarma. Now, panchkarma is what is not easily available to everyone. So periodic detoxification, a periodic panchkarma should be undertaken by as many of us as possible. That surely will help.
So just to add to it, I have done a lot of work on the antibiotic stewardship, and currently we are doing another audit or clinical audit in the hospital. One of the big problem is that miscellaneous use of the antibiotic, and I'm not blaming it. People go to a GP, they say, okay, fine, you are okay, just wait. And people are impatient, so they want antibiotic prescription is given. And when there is overuse of antibiotic, the body reacts. Particularly now with the genome analysis, we know there are certain genes, they predispose you to have more antibiotic resistance. So although it's not common knowledge at this point in time, it will become available, so you can tailor your own antibiotics based on your own genome prophylaxis or the genome profile. And biopharmaceutical accelerators will be available so that even you can go beyond the resistance to use a particular combination of the antibiotics and also overcome the resistance, or to have alternatives to the antibiotics. And that's where actually this part comes. A healthy diet, and also particular, I have found, and although this article is still needs to be published, is that during the COVID time, doing the pranayama actually increases the respiratory capacity and produces internal immunoglobulins, particularly with GALT, the gut-associated lymphoid tissue. So that's natural antibiotics produced within your body, and these lymphocytes which are released, they fight against the bug. And if people use it on a regular basis, they would not need the antibiotic, that's first, but also it will help recovering from the antibiotic resistance. Partly because when the capacity of antibiotic is mixed with internal lymphoid tissue which engulf the bacteria, the effectivity will be a lot more. As a result of this, the antibiotic resistance will go down. Because, even thinking of India, 6.97 crore rupees are spent every year just on the higher level of antibiotics. And if you combine the commercial cost, it's 13 million, which is huge amount. And if you think of the UK and Europe, in fact, 500 million euros, which is massive amount. So these are the things we need to be prepared. We need to be doing more natural things that can prevent. And obviously, there is no vaccine for the antibiotic resistance, at least till now. We need to do these changes so that internal body produce, which is a surrogate marker or replacement of the antibiotic that is produced within the body all the time, and that is helping to overcome the resistance and fight the bacteria, kill the bacteria. The antibiotic resistance commonly happens when the bacteria are not killed. Let me just explain why antibiotic resistance happens. So use the antibiotic and the bacteria are not killed. And what happens at one stage, they become resistant. So even if you give the antibiotic, they have not been killed adequately. So they build their population, and now you give the antibiotic and they're not bothered, or they are not affected. So just changing in few ways that we just talked about, the bacteria will be adequately killed, and therefore the risk of resistance will go down effectively. Does it make sense?
Yes, absolutely. I'm going to change the direction of the questions. Now I'm going to move into Ayurveda. It's sort of integration with conventional medicine. And so I have a couple of local friends here who are not sensitized to Ayurveda properly, they question its validity as a form of healthcare and say it's pseudoscientific and based on unfounded beliefs. What can you say to allay these kind of misguided view of Ayurveda?
I believe surely they have got their own like a right to their belief, and they can be comfortable with it, and we don't mind them being that way. We are not here to convince everyone, but yes, they should be knowing Ayurveda was written 10,000 years back. And if they have a discussion with us, then we have got countless scientific papers, countless case studies, and given when many cultures were not having one sense of like a healthcare education, then Ayurveda was a very comprehensive education. And now we are teaching only the concepts which are proven by the Western medicine. There are many Ayurveda concepts which I know, but I do not talk over here because those are still not established. So we should be talking about what is already proven. And I believe one has to be open-minded, but surely if someone is not okay with it, we better don't convince him.
Super. So based on what you've just said now, should Ayurveda be integrated into a conventional healthcare system, or is it too different to be fully integrated?
No, this is quite possible, as 30 countries the world over are allowing Ayurveda to be mainstreamed already. The Indo-UK roadmap 2030 has got a component at point number 32, which suggests incorporating Ayurveda into the regarding mainstreaming Ayurveda in NHS, importing more Ayurveda medicines, inviting more Ayurveda experts to India, giving them more work visas. This is in the Indo-UK roadmap by the UK government. So surely the government is planning, and I believe the way we are struggling with COVID-19 and this flu or that flu and bird flu and swine flu, there has to be like more than one support to save the mankind. And we have to be on such a same page that we don't contradict. We know each other's potentials. Okay, where can maybe when we have the acute condition, we have to go for this medicine. Before that, with the diet, etc., we can incorporate some Ayurveda. Some yoga can be done. Okay, no controversy. Some breathing can be done in this manner, that manner. No controversy. That is where we have to find a balance, strike a right balance to up the maximum possible immunity we can have, one human being can have.
Super. So the next question was, this is another typical FAQ kind of question, which is a lack of regulation and standardization in the Ayurvedic industry a major concern for consumer safety?
I believe no, because there are herbs and there are preparations which can be harmful, but now for last 20 years the government of India has made it compulsory every pharmacy to have good manufacturing practices license, GMP. When GMP is there and there is proper processing, and moreover, Ayurveda is not a new entity. We are not discovering a new a chemical entity or a new pharmaceutical entity. These are the products which we are consuming all our generations, like for thousands of years we are consuming curcuma or ginger, etc. So we are not putting anything new in a human being's mouth, So we know how these products, how these herbs, minerals have been behaving, and what can be what is the dosage where those can be harmful. But surely I believe it is evolving. It is getting more scientific with every passing day. And when we have the likes of Dr. Rajiv Gupta, who believe in Ayurveda, then he can see from both the perspectives. So we are having more experts like him, and I believe we are in no hurry. We should be joining hands, and we should cater to those who really believe, because belief is the biggest healer. If you go to a doctor and you don't believe him internally, then surely your healing will not be the best.
Superb.
I don't know, Dr. Rajiv, I am the only one answering because Dr. Rajan Patikar left. So maybe I invite anyone to unmute. We have Amrita, we have Dr. Pradeep Gupta, we have Mohit. So please, anytime you can come in and take the charge.
So just to comment, I was deliberately keeping quiet because I know the question has come from those people who are there, and I know people who are in the think, and I saw somewhere, oh, Ayurveda is accepted in NHS. It is not. If that is there, people will get that. We are far away from it. I know I'm part of the All People Parliamentary Group, and we have been fighting for years. And we had a big meeting even to accept a trial of ashwagandha, which is being done by the Imperial College, and they have rejected the trial. And that has been that trial is being supported by Ministry of Ayush. So this is a big battle, partly because, as Nishit mentioned, there is a huge lobby which is still focused on that kind of validity. And this trial is particularly to create the evidence and evidence of the standards they need. And that is why Ministry of Ayush is funding this trial. And we had a long meeting, 2 hours now. We had a previous meeting about approval. So it is still a time. However, as Ish mentioned, I believe in it. I'm part of it. And I know I have done, like, the modern medicine. I've been trained into it. I've been a consultant here in the NHS. I've been chairman of BMA Regional Council, chair of Regional Consultant Committee. I'm like chair of the regional other committees, and in some way, some central specialist committee of the Royal College. But I'm not speaking on behalf of anyone. I'm speaking on behalf of myself because I've studied Ayurveda to its depth. It has got lots of positive things. There are some things which are different. And I think once we find the commonness of the two, then we can try and overlap and then increase the overlap so that there is goodness in everything. Why we should deny one or the other? So I think that is my simplest explanation. And eventually, I believe that there is more tolerance for each other. And as is mentioned, that there is some signing of the agreement about having more practitioners being brought here and then importing more products, etc., etc. How it's going to affect is difficult, but I have seen more tolerance now recently in past 4 or 5 years, although I've been working in for nearly 12 years now, that people are more open to listen to other therapies rather than just modern medicine. And I'm talking of both the doctors as well as the patients. So I think in next few years, we will see a major change and increased tolerance, increased acceptance, and increased use. Whether NHS will fund it, I don't know yet. It's still a bit longer short. We are fighting for it, as Mish mentioned, that, having known both sides, not only me, I have got a group of people who now believe in it, and we are trying to propose how is going to save the money for the NHS, how is going to improve the quality of life, particularly in the chronic pain where there is major problem. So I think that is kind of my view, honest view about it.
Great.
Amazing. So hopefully this integration takes place sooner rather than later. One more question is, like, for the people who believe in Ayurveda, does the emphasis on natural remedies and practices in Ayurveda lead to a rejection of conventional medicine and potentially dangerous delays in seeking necessary medical advice or treatment?
No, not at all. This is not the case at all. But yes, if somehow, if your practitioner is not very ethical and he is misleading, which is kind of a criminal approach, telling you, okay, you have got cancer, don't go anywhere, stay with me all your life, I will give you herbs, etc. This is misleading. This is unethical. So no Ayurveda doctor would do that, because we know our limits, and this is very, very clear. Yeah, Amrita is the best person to comment upon this, as she rightly did some time back. Yes, Amrita. Yeah, you can unmute.
I would
Yeah.
like to add apologies for a bad network. But I think for this, health education is very important, and it is very important to make a common person understand what are the perspectives of Ayurveda, what are the approaches and right guidances of Ayurveda, and where we can combine these two things with the help of combining it with the conventional system of medicine, because these two concepts where people they think, okay, if this is taken, I will not take that, or if that is taken, so how we can complement these two things is very important. For that, health education on normal basis to make people understand and know about the core concepts of Ayurveda is very important, and the principles based on the scientific identification and validation of the facts. So more the common people will understand, they will be able to digest those things in the similar way as the conventional system of medicine is being talked about, how these molecules work and how these things work on the body level.
Great.
Fabulous. I have one last question, then I'm done for today, which is, should Ayurveda be considered a form of cultural heritage that needs to be preserved and protected? Or is it a commercialized industry that needs to be regulated and held accountable?
This is a bit difficult question, but I believe this doesn't require protection. This requires exploitation. We all should be using it. We should be spreading this to everyone. As Prime Minister Modi has already told, Ayurveda is India's gift to the world. So we don't want to preserve it under wraps, and we don't want to give it to anyone. Everyone should have it. Every country, every language should have translations of Charak Samhita, Sushruta Samhita, etc. It should be taught at whatever possible level to everyone. And then it should left to their discretion, the regulators, how do they use it? And eventually commercialization should come in. It is unavoidable. It will come in, because if you make products, you have to make them available, and there is a cost involved. So there has to be a commercial approach, not for money making, like befooling patients or shortchanging or being unethical. But right now, if Amrita tells, okay, this skin product is nice, maybe she can make it and she can sell it, she can circulate it. So that is commerce is not that bad a word, provided you are ethical.
Super. Thank you all for having a wonderful
Again, we
session
have
today.
Amrita wanting to add something.
I would just like to add Sir's quote, whatever Sir said. Yes, definitely, it's a cultural heritage to the whole world, but how do you use your culture makes a big difference, actually. And so using it properly and not over exploiting it on the hands of people who don't understand them properly, and just for the sake of money and for profits, they make the profit and sell them, definitely is quite a dangerous aspect of Ayurveda, where we have quacks, we have people who don't know about it. I know globally so many people who just take an hour of lecture and they are Ayurveda practitioners globally. So that can be potentially very dangerous to describe or prescribe somebody with any of the things without knowing their medical conditions and the comparison of their conditions in comparison to the conventional system, what they are giving. And the cultures are always a heritage of every country. And I think this culture should also be promoted, and the heritage should be preserved well and should be marketed on a very good platform in an educated and a well-formed values form of way. Thank you.
Fabulous. Just before I sign off, I'm going to say that I have managed to get myself a copy of the Charak Samhita. So I'm going to go and have a look at it and dig a little deeper and see what really is the foundations of Ayurveda. And like you said, self-education is one of the cornerstones of getting the best out of this. So thank you all for hosting a wonderful session. I'll drop out and I'll let the rest of the panel carry on.
I think it has been a fantastic day. I know we are just coming to nearly end, so it's 10 minutes left. It'll be good to really have a brief summary in the head. And one of the important things we actually talked multiple times today is lifestyle changes are most important. We talked about reprioritization of our life in terms of whether it is diabetes, blood pressure, heart disease, whatever we are talking about, and using the more natural products, turmeric, green tea, not using milk, reducing salt intake, using probiotics, using what I like really, and I have not been, my wife is much better than me, using buttermilk on a more regular basis is fantastic. And the other interesting thing which came out, which was extremely was good to know, instead of spending a lot of money on the oxygen therapy of the skin, you can do it all at your home. And we learned from Mamta how it can be very effectively used as cosmeceutical. We learned about the blackhead treatment, and then Amrita talked about the various simple aspects, what can be done from home. Changing meat, eating multani mitti and paste of various things is amazing. Fantastic presentations on all aspects. And then we talked about a little bit more, which is a subject very close to my heart, although it looked a bit controversial today, is the integration. So thanks, Nishit, for bringing that, because that is one of the main aim, that we bring it together. Ayurveda is like, thousands and thousands years of, age, and nothing survives if it's not good. It's surviving, it's good, it's effective, it's positive, it's making the impact. And how we can really make a good use of it, take the good things into it, make it use where there is good starting point. And in my view, chronic pain is where there is a big gap currently. And that's why we have talked about it in one of our sessions a couple of weeks ago. I think it was 2 weeks ago. And then we are going to have a full day conference on it. And that is where, because if we can say almost 4 billion pound worth of medicines are used every year just on chronic pain. Imagine if we can use natural ways, we can reduce it. And these simple things, body detoxification, massage, and all these things, Giloy, these are all very simple things. Even people can use in natural life. When I went to India this time, in my home, my mother grew a lot of Giloy, and it was just all over the place, almost taking over the whole car shed. Ginger powder, turmeric, all that are very, very simple thing. And then she talked about the Virachan, which is extremely good and is so useful to use in every day. And Nitya, and Ahar, Vihar, all that, these things are there for many years, and we just need to rethink about it. And I think it is going to make a huge difference. It has been fantastic. And I probably will go to this place, which Rajani mentioned about Vagoli in Maharashtra, where they're using integrated health approach. And they have managed almost 50,000 patients, including those of cancers. So I think it'll be a great place to go. So fantastic session, very useful, a lot of learning. So I think I'll give it back to Professor Sharma to conclude.
Hi, maybe we can hear from Neil.
So thank you, Professor Sharma from Mauritius, where the time is coming to 9 o'clock in the evening. Thank you, Dr. Rajiv Gupta in United Kingdom. Thank you, our technical director, Nishit Kotak, for compiling and collating all the questions that people had actually sent to us, which is very beautiful. What I would like to do now, we are about to conclude, and Dr. Mohit Sandhu wants to make sure don't forget Agni Karma, because he loves practicing that. So Mohit, you will be the first person. Everybody will have 2 minutes now. We'll go with Mohit, and then we'll go with Pardeep. We'll go
Sure.
with Ish.
Just,
You
just
have
give
2
me the
minutes.
solution. Just give me the.
Mohit, you got 2 minutes just to give your tips for the Ayurveda. Give us simple tips that at home we can carry out. We'll go around the corner. We'll go around the panel over here. If you just give us 2 minutes each. Mohit, can you stop screen sharing, please? If you stop that. Mohit, no screen sharing. We are now closing. So if you could just give us a tip, just quickly for 2 minutes, what are your tips for good Ayurveda practice? We go around and we are concluding in a moment.
Beautiful, beautiful. As I'm practicing as a Agnikam specialist in Gurgaon here, and I'm also PG in Sutra surgery in India here, and I'm also working with so many countries like Brazil and UK and with the US, so many people. And the main concern I'm watching over the years that the pain management, the chronic pain management, the acute pain management, the first consequences of the people about the pain to take painkillers, steroids and antibiotics for residing the pain, whether it is cervical spondylosis, whether it is cervical myalgia, any type of myalgia, and people want to take painkillers for just for 2 hours or 3 hours of for residing the pain. But I think, as Acharya Shushruta told, that pain in ligament, muscles, it need heat to treat the aggravated Vata. So Vata is the main property of the pain, whether it is pain in the neck, whether it is pain in the shoulder. So I am seeing that I have operated 500 plus patients of Agni Karma in India here, and I have seen so many patients of cervical myalgia. Same as the one of the panelists. Her name is Daksh, and she's a chef from England, and she came along from England to me for the cervical myalgia since from 5 to 6 years, and she only took 3 sessions of Agni Karma, and right now she is pain free. And I'm shocked about how Ayurveda worked on the aggravation of Vata using the heat. So I want to tell everyone, if anyone used to do a sitting job in the IT companies, or means prolonged sitting job. So everyone, I want to implement that, do a chair yoga. Very, very important, because as Dr. Ish said, that we have to dig a well to use the water. We have to move ourselves in each way. So that Agni, that Jatra Agni, also works in every muscular organ to move around. Okay, so talking about cervical spondylosis, actually, what is cervical spondylosis? Cervical spondylosis is the wear and tear of the vertebrae according to the age. So we have to prevent that wear and tear of the vertebrae by moving the body, as Acharya Shushruta told, by doing the yoga on the chair. You don't have to sit so prolonged on the chair, like you are sitting on the chair just in one position. So making different positions on the chairs is very important to residing the pain, to prevent yourself from spinal disorders. So I think Agni Karma is the best procedure to treat chronic and acute pain without using steroids, antibiotics, and painkillers.
Thank you, Dr. Mohit. You are very specific. Agni Karm. So those who are listening, you can go and Google search Agni Karm. In case you want a specific answer, then as Dr. Mohit said, one of the Healing Our Earth resident chef, Daksha, Chef D, actually visited very recently, last month, to India to Dr. Mohit, and presently she seems to be very happy. So we will report more further. And we actually carried out a pain and chronic management session in our health and integrated session very recently. And we are also going to bring it back maybe even within a fortnight, because that can cover lots of stuff. So Dr. Mohit will invite you over there. Thank you for staying around from India, and keep in touch. And you're, of course, our permanent resident contributor. Thank you. We move to Nishit. Nishit, you are here. Today, you enjoyed the session. You collected a lot of questions and everything. How did you feel that the panel of experts answered the queries posed by people who had sent you the questions?
So let me start by saying that, I come as an outsider with very, very minimum knowledge of Ayurveda. So my confidence level is only based upon the answers that our resident panel have provided. And so far, I'm more than happy. Their experience, their expertise shines through in the answers they give. They're very logical. And it seems to me that this is certainly an area that needs more attention. And people should definitely have a look at how Ayurveda can help complement their other lifestyle, complement their lifestyle and improve their general health and well-being.
Thank you, Nishit, and very well done with the collation of the questions. So stay around, we'll be concluded in a moment. So wonderful. And we move back again to India, where another professor, who is also our resident, Professor Pardeep Kumar. I think the signal is okay. Professor Pardeep, how was your day today, and what are your final tips, general tips, before we sign off?
Thanks a lot, Neilji, for let me sharing this platform. As usual, under the technical guidance of Dr. Ish, always my guru, that it was very informative session, very knowledgeable, self-care at home, skin issues, your physical activities, low-calorie diet, intermittent fasting, mild purgation, nasya, a lot of herbs, taking care of the stress level, a lot of other things, childhood obesity, and use of the herbs, parents' relationships, all the things that Shardat Grita and all the things concluded by Bohit also for the Agni Karma. All the things are very informative, and these are more beyond limits. What we think, this is very deep. You can say, as Dr. Ish always mentioned, that we don't need medicines. That lifestyle modifications and some food habits and some herbs can be of miraculous results. All the times we say that kitchen pharmacy is very helpful. These things are very, very helpful, and these are beyond our imaginations sometimes. So always, all the times, always there for the Ayurveda sessions, and the salute and hail Ayurveda. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pardeep there in India. And congratulations, you'll be moving to Australia, where you're going to carry the flag for Healing Our Earth. So we wish you all the best.
Thanks a lot, Neilji. Shortly, I will be moving back week on.
Yes, it will be beautiful, and we send you all the blessings. It will be wonderful. So thank you for being there. And now we move to Professor Ish Sharma from Mauritius, who is our producer for the show, and with his co-partner, Dr. Rajiv Gupta, who will be doing the Om Bhur Bhuva Swaha in a moment. Dr. Ish Sharma, how did you think the session went today? And do you feel we should bring more and more integrative sessions like this?
Yeah, I believe this was very fine, and we should repeat it more often. And because it was very open-ended, so we had so much covered under one session. We did not stick to one topic, but yeah, seeing Mamta explaining so much and so well about skincare, we can have a special session upon Ayurveda skincare by Mamta Singhal. And maybe I'll use these 2 minutes to answer one question from the chat box. Does intermittent fasting starve the cancer cells, then yes, this has been proven by various studies, and the recent has been a study upon autophagy, where it was proven that upon intermittent fasting, your Backlin-1 gene would be activated, and lysosomes and vacuoles in the cells would be first destroying the inclusion bodies, the harmful inclusion bodies, misfolded proteins, water, miscoded proteins, cancer cells, etc. will be eaten first, and healthy tissues like mitochondria, Golgi bodies, nucleolus, etc., cell wall, etc., would not be attacked. So autophagy, because this body is so wise, this is beyond our imagination. This has been proven on a microscope, that as proven by Professor Ohsumi under his research on autophagy, for which he got a Nobel Prize, that upon starving the disease cells for 8 to 12 hours, upon microscope, under microscope, this was seen that diseased portions were eaten first upon starvation, upon intermittent fasting. And human beings are also believed, like after 16 to 40 hours of like starvation, autophagy genes would be activated, but we have to be in practice. It won't happen in one day. So I reiterate, intermittent fasting can be very, very helpful, and we should all practice this in our own setup, because one size would not fit all. So like 8 hour, 16 hour, or one particular type might not suit all. You can devise your own right mix, but we all should practice it. Neil.
Thank you, Professor Sharma. What an excellent production today. I think we want to bring in more sessions where either students and the consumer can send in their questions to show that Healing Our Earth is there to give free information to share with you with love, peace, harmony, and unity. So let's bring in more sessions like this. Let's encourage people. And obviously, we would like to advise everybody who are listening that information is purely for sharing with you. You must seek expert advice either from your Ayurveda practitioner, and don't ignore your official physician. So please make sure you consult both of them and then do take necessary steps. So Professor Ish Sharma in Mauritius, thank you very much. We move to Dr. Rajiv Gupta over here, our health episode producer. So from one producer to another, Rajiv ji, first in a couple of minutes, any tips you want to give us and any comments, and then if you could sign off with Om Bhurrbhuva Swaha. And let's remind everybody who is connected to us, wherever they are connected to us in any medium, that next Sunday is our actual 3rd anniversary. We started just for a few weeks so that people in pandemic can get together, but we have never stopped ever since, because we've got a vast group of contributors who are constantly contributing free information to people. So next Sunday, come and give us your blessing. You can sing, you can recite a poem, you can give a message, you can just share what Healing Our Earth has meant to you. Dr. Rajiv, over to you for your comments, and then sign us off with a nice Om Bhurrbhuva Swaha.
Thank you very much. I think you have done this wonderful job of bringing the globe together. Healing Our Earth is truly happening through this platform, and we have more and more people connected to our integrated forum, which is really bringing different dimensions. As we heard today, a huge amount on diabetes, blood pressure, skin care, and we could really, as Ish mentioned, the whole session on skin care will be still a great thing to do. We have plenty of things coming up. It's been really good, rich discussion, and beauty was questions were coming out from people. And thanks to Nisha, really compiling it all. I think the session went very, very, very well. Very positive outcome. I'm grateful to all speakers and all people who attended the session. And please continue to support Healing Our Earth and Integrate Our Health. Let's pray our great Almighty or universe, which actually has given us this inspiration to dedicate our time to a greater cause, which is far more than ourselves. We all mortal human beings are born on this earth for a purpose, for a mission. A majority of us eat, drink, watch television, and sleep without taking an effort onto what is our contribution, what is our mission, what is our purpose, and what would be our legacy when we are not here. So let's just dedicate that to it. Bhurbhava swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo devasya dhimahi Dhiyo yo na prachodayat. Om Bhurbhava swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo devasya dhimahi Dhiyo yo na prachodayat. Om Bhurbhava swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo devasya dhimahi Dhiyo yo na prachodayat. Let God Almighty help in simulating, absorbing, and keeping retention of all the learnings of the day to make us happy and healthy well-being for now and for future. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti.
Rajiv, that was excellent. We are still live. We are still connected to social media. We are still connected on our Zoom as well. I think our technical director wanted to pass the final comments, and Mamta also from USA. She is gone now. She just popped in, so we could have taken. Nishit, you had something to finish off with.
Well, I just wanted to say a huge congratulations to the team here, Professor Ish Sharma, Dr. Rajiv Gupta, all the various other experts who came on today, taking the time out of their busy day to be with us here to share their experience, their expertise, their wisdom, their tips and their tricks on how we can use even, for example, simple home remedies to incorporate Ayurveda into daily lifestyle for us. Thank you so much once again on behalf of the Healing Our Earth team for hosting a wonderful session. I hope this becomes a regular for us, because I'm sure there are loads of people out there, like my friend Rajesh, who can benefit from the advice and guidance that you have all shared with us today.